coming. And we do have a full agenda tonight, as everyone has already seen. I appreciate everyone's comments and questions already as we try to make sure that we walk in prepared and ready to go. So with that, thank you. Ms. Getz, if you would please roll call.
Mayor Gaylor.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones.
Present.
Councilman Boyette.
Present.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Present.
Councilwoman Weeks.
Present.
Councilman White.
Present.
All right, wonderful. Everyone's present and accounted for. Adoption of the agenda. Council, first thing, there's something that we've got to pull off under Section 7, Public Hearings, Adoption of an Ordinance amending Chapter 53. Looking at it more closely, we realized that what was noticed from the city and the county were slightly different. And so there was one lot that we included that they did not. Long story short, to ensure that we are absolutely compliant with notice requirements, we would like to remove this off of the agenda this evening. We will finish our negotiations and get that re-noticed. And so, council, if we could get a motion to approve the agenda with the only edit being to remove item I under public hearings.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda with that edit.
Perfect. There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, a motion has been made and seconded to approve the agenda as presented with the modification of removing item I under public hearings. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. All right, we'll move directly into old business. As everyone remembers, Seymour Johnson had to overcome some pretty significant hurdles with our F-15Es over these last few months. One of the major tools that we have as a community to make sure that our voice and our opinions are heard is through our lobbying efforts and our consulting efforts with different groups that are in Washington, D.C., as well as our partners at the state level, and of course, Friends of Seymour, this private group that's right here in Wayne County. So we have a presentation this evening. If you'd like to come forward, or Matt, I can let you kick us off. But this is an update on legislation and consulting that has happened thus far year to date, kind of where we are for our digestion as well as anyone watching.
Thank you, Mayor. We have Ken Gerard here from Friends of Seymour, who's going to kind of give us a brief wrap-up of what they're doing right now for us. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Getz, thank you for having me. My name's Ken Gerard. I'm a former county commissioner and original member of the Seymour Support Council, which is now the Friends of Seymour. And as Ms. Weeks pointed out, I'm Larry's son. So that's how I get known most places, is Larry's son. But, and that's a good thing. But I appreciate you having me here, and I know that Ms. Jones has had the opportunity to meet members of our lobbying group, and I think, Mayor, you have as well. And I want to just say thank you for the quick and rapid response that you have given along with the county in getting Crossroads Strategies on board. They are the lobbying group in which we use the lobbyists up in Washington. And so, as you are aware, and as the mayor's kept you updated, I'm really, my purpose is to serve you and to keep information freely flowing between the lobbyist, between the county, between Friends of Seymour, so that you always are aware and know what's going on at any time. And in fact, I have some cards that were made up for me for Friends of Seymour I'd like to leave that you can have. It has my cell phone number on it. Anytime you have a question or anything, you're welcome to call me or text me and do so. But I just want to briefly let you know that as of the end of last year, 2023, they started talking about they being Washington, particularly the Secretary of the Air Force, and his budget started talking about reduction of, they call it divest to invest, which you've all heard of that term by now. It was the thought from the Secretary was that they would start taking aircraft offline in order to save money to purchase new aircraft, the 5th, 6th generation stuff. And based with, with a really hurdle and a deficit with the Air Force and with the military and Department of Defense. The Secretary did what most department heads would probably do, and they just, they have to make math work, and that's what the Secretary did. In doing so, it did affect our community, and it affected Seymour Johnson, our economic base, and as well as, we believe, national security. But anyways, we immediately got in action, got on board, and started putting legislation language into some of the Armed Services Committee bills that would prohibit anything being done to the F-15Es here without some justification to members of Congress. Late in the game is where we were, and so last year that didn't go for us. The Secretary did have the authority to take some of the F-15Es offline, and as you well know, and has been reported in the community, one of our wings, one of our squadrons here, one of the squadrons would be taken offline. And as we speak tonight, we got a group from here getting ready to head to Washington, a delegation of Henry Smith and Rick McGivern, who was here at Seymour and is a former F-15E fighter pilot. They are, along with retired General Kelly, heading to Washington to meet with members of the Armed Services Committee, to meet with Senator Budd, Senator Davis, and the support staff, the professional service folks of the House Armed Services Committee, as well as the Senate Armed Services Committee. So ongoing to try to, again, inject language into the committees for the House and the Senate, the Armed Services, again, prohibiting anything to being done with the F-15Es until a replacement can be put in line. The replacements, the fifth, sixth generation aircraft that they're talking about, they're not around, and taking these offline would not be anyone believes would be the right thing to do. So we are now working, and I will say this has been a bipartisan effort, maybe one of the very few bipartisan efforts that's taking place in Washington right now. But between Representative Davis and between Senator Budd's office, the governor's office, he has a gentleman in Washington, Jim McCleskey, who's been in Washington for years and has served several governors. And he walks into a lot of the offices in the halls of the Senate and the House, the Russell Building and whatnot, and everybody knows him. And he has been a good partner for us, along with the Cassidy Group, which is the governor's, the state's lobbying firm. So between the Crossroads and between Cassidy, the governor's office, the support we're getting out of the delegations that we have in Washington has been really a good thing, and you should be proud of that. And your efforts, along with the counties, it's just been a good correlation. And we're starting to make some progress. We believe now, because we're able to have time and have the Roosevelt Group on board, we're able to get a little bit better head start this time, a little bit better jump on getting this language in the bills. But not only getting language in, as you all know, you can get language in, you can get something on the agenda, but if you don't have the votes, it's just on the agenda. So we're now working, they are now working on getting those things accomplished. And we're fortunate to have a ranking member on the Senate Armed Services Committee, Roger Wilker, Senator Wilker. And he is a good friend of all of y'all know Phil Baddour here in Goldsboro, former representative. His father, former council member. But through Senator Wicker being here at Seymour Station and building a relationship, as we all do with these friends of Seymour and the Seymour Support Council and those things, that long relationship has stayed intact. And now, lo and behold, Senator Wicker is a senior ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. And so we have been on calls with him, thankfully, we had Representative Baddour, former Representative Baddour, to help us with that. So it's been an across-the-board effort. Everybody knows. I mean, it takes everybody, and so that's kind of where we are right now. The pieces that are added to the language, they'll have an open period of time for the House. I think it is the end of May, and then again for the Senate is in June. So we're trying to get this language interjected there. There will be no subcommittees. This doesn't mean a lot to you or me, but there will be no subcommittees with the armed services. It'll just go to full committee. Not really sure why, but that was part of the information that Crosswords gave me today, that I think it will move quicker because it's not going to have to go through subcommittees. So that's kind of where we are now with that. And if you have any questions, I wanted to save some time for that. Some of your questions might lead to some more information I have up here. So,
Council, what comments and questions do we have for Mr. Gerard?
I have a question.
Please, Councilman.
So, does Secretary Greer Martin know about the delegate going to Washington tomorrow?
I cannot answer. I can't answer. I don't know. I know that there are a lot of folks involved in working on that, but I couldn't answer. But I'd be glad to get you an answer for that and find out.
And in regards to Crossroads, have we moved the needle at all as far as knowing what the way ahead is, what the backfield would be, or if we're going to even maintain the equipment?
What Crossroads? Yes, I think we've made a lot of progress because I guess maybe first of the year, a group of us, a delegation, went to Washington to meet with, I won't say interview, but meet with various different lobbyist groups, and we came back with a recommendation to you and to the county for Crossroads. A well-connected group with extensive background with military legislation. So have we moved the needle? We're in the right places. We won't know that yet until we get closer and they start counting votes in the back room. But we are certainly in places that we need to be, and they are opening doors for us that are vital for us. And along with Representative Davis and Senator Budd's office, they have worked hand in hand. So I hope that answers your question, but it's too early to say. But my feeling, having been involved with it, is that we are at the right place and we're doing the right thing with the right group.
Council, any other comments or questions? I'll put it this way, my humble opinion for what it's worth on this, and Mr. Gerard, I appreciate the work that you and Friends of Seymour does, and each of us as elected officials, we have a platform, and we can reach out to our delegations, both state and federal, and have. And as you're well aware, the interim manager and I, we've had conversations with now every member of at least members of the office of every member of our federal delegation. This being one of the main points, of course, that we're talking about, in addition to talking about things that we need within our city. But Senator Tillis's office, for example, the gentleman walked in the room and said, "Before we even start talking, I want to give you an update on your jets." Okay, great. The fact that he knew that was a thing I was going to want to talk about before I even opened my mouth. I don't know what would happen. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. But I know what would happen if we weren't doing the things that we're doing to try and impact the future.
Exactly.
So I appreciate the work. Everyone knows it has not been inexpensive. It has not been easy. It has been very time consuming. I certainly do want to make sure that we are working with the governor and the governor's secretary, of course, the Military Affairs Commission. I actually, a designee representing the mayor at the moment, has that seat on that commission.
All right.
And we really do want to do everything that we can to support our folks at Seymour, both at getting the current F-15s protected, but also looking at what our next mission is.
Always.
and securing and knowing that Team Seymour is going to be here for decades to come. And I appreciate your work on that.
Well, and, you know, I will just add to that, Mayor, that, you know, because of this issue that's come up, prior to that, Friends of Seymour, you know, was working on maintaining the mission, to strengthen the mission, to looking for other things. And then this issue came up because we are always looking to maintain and make the mission stronger, to keep Seymour Johnson. You know, we've been very fortunate in my past as a commissioner, we dealt with BRACs, and the city and the county did what it needed to do and what it could do with encroachment issues and things that were red flags for us. And we got through that. And strategically, our base is in a great location. You know, all of you are aware. I don't need to say anything to you about it. But, you know, something that was really a shot in the arm and a help to our team and to our efforts were April 14th, when, you know, Seymour Johnson, F-15Es were called upon to shoot down drones that were coming from Iran. So that was the F-15E, the plane that they're talking about putting in Arizona in the graveyard. An airplane that has capabilities far exceeding most of some of the other fighter jets that we have. And so national defense and our local economy are two things that are very important to all of us, and you've shown that effort by supporting the cause.
For those watching and paying attention as well, the North Carolina League of Municipalities has a sort of subcommittee that is made up of the mayors of the different host cities. And I just want everyone to know that it is interesting. We experienced this a couple of weeks ago at the league's annual meeting, and the pro tem from Fayetteville and the mayor from Havelock were immediately, hey, you know, we're immediately approaching us saying, we've got our lobbyists on this as well, because the folks in Havelock want to make sure that the F-15s from Seymour that are refueling consistently at their base and using their bombing range are there. And the folks from Fayetteville wanting to make sure that the Air Force folks are close by because they do joint training things. And I just thought that was really fascinating, seeing, to your point, how bipartisan this particular issue has been.
Yeah, it's very refreshing to see the governor's office, Senator Budd's office, Representative Davis. Representative Davis has been outspoken and very supportive of this issue, and we owe them all a big thanks. And it's just refreshing to me to see some bipartisan efforts in Washington. So.
Council, any other comments or questions for Mr. Gerard? Perfect. And if you would, contact information, definitely.
Yeah.
Please do leave with the clerk. I want to make sure that every council member knows how to engage you.
I will do that.
And that way we can have more consistent conversations.
All right.
Much appreciated. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next, still staying in old business, we'll move to item B. So you know, item B specifically refers to items that come up later in our 7 o'clock agenda, items D, D, and E, E. So as we're talking, just so that everyone knows kind of what we're talking about. So I appreciate all of the work that council has done on this, and Ms. Getz, of course, your work has been absolutely critical in getting something pulled together. So as we've been going through this process, we wanted to make sure that we are cataloging these ordinances in Chapter 72 and Chapter 75 of our ordinances correctly, and making sure that we're hitting each of the points that council has addressed as needing. So if it's okay, I'm going to brief council on item D. And Laura or Matt, please feel free to interrupt me if at any point I go off the rails, but I'll do my best to be on the rails and concise. So item D is an amendment to Chapter 72 of our existing ordinances. If you look at that chapter, you will see that there is already a 15-minute example There is a 1 hour example, there is a 2 hour parking example, and what this is to create is chapter 72, entry 7229, which is a 3 hour parking limit example. You'll note that this one is still 8:30 to 5:30. This one is still Monday through Saturday. Obviously, council, we can discuss any adjustments to this in just a second. And this one does include that if a vehicle stays within the parking space, just simply pulls up or pulls back, that is considered a continuous time period. However, if they move to a open parking spot within the same block, that is not considered a violation of the ordinance. So this, I believe, this specific piece, and there are other ordinances as well, but that's 7229, titled 3 hour parking limit, is intended to address some of the concerns that we have. When you pair that with item EE, here, you actually see where in chapter 75 we are adding the specific language. Previously, a lot of these ordinances have been included in sort of uncatalogued ways. Well, they're cataloged. They're in the clerk's office. I like to get things in AmLegal published where that absolutely anyone can access them without having to call the clerk to get them. So that's kind of my quirks as a person, right? So chapter 75, chapter 7502. This is creating 7502. Parking regulations within the municipal service district. 3 hour parking limits are added to the following streets, and of course it's 3 hours as defined in the other ordinance as just discussed, the 72.29 that we're creating. And that would be parking limits are added to the following streets: Center Street from Ash to Chestnut, Mulberry from John to James, Walnut from John to James. That doesn't change anything about the current map as discussed. That is also item EE is also adding another entry under chapter 75, which is 7503, adding loading zones within the municipal service district. I'll let Matt explain what the parking committee here is in just a second, but the City of Goldsboro Parking Committee shall be authorized to place up to 4 1-hour parking spaces and a maximum of 2 15-minute parking spaces to be used as loading zones within the municipal service district. The city manager shall have final placement authorization. Matt, would you discuss with us briefly what the parking committee is? I remember it being created back in '22, but
So the parking committee essentially is a review committee for all things parking related, specifically throughout the city, not just downtown. And it consists of, I believe, the planning director, the downtown development director, the police chief of police, and the assistant city manager. I might be leaving someone out, but that's a committee. Like, for example, if someone has written a ticket, they feel like they've been wronged and they want to appeal, that is the appeal process they would use. They would go through the parking committee and appeal that. But they're also an advisory group to this city council on things related towards parking. So they've helped out tremendously with the rolling out the 2-hour parking proposal and, advising the manager on things like software to be used for, for parking enforcement and a lot of other matters.
Thank you, Matt. So with 7503, this would be creating authority for the parking committee and the city manager to be able to place 4 1-hour spaces and 2 15-minute spaces. And again, this already exists within chapter 72, where that you have the 15-minute, 1-hour, and 2-hour options already in the ordinance, and so we're just simply using what is already in the ordinance and being able to apply it to make it useful. And when with the economy, being able to do DoorDash and things like that, I could see as restaurants come and go, depending on where they are on Center Street, that may be something that evolves, but it provides the opportunity and the requirement, actually, that the city manager ultimately, through the parking committee, if you so choose, do put these places out there as you see the need. Next, continuing in item EE, and then I'll stop talking and let questions come up. we are creating 7504. Now, as everyone knows, federal law supersedes any of our local ordinances. However, it always helps, and I believe it is good practice, to have a specific call out to a federal law in your local ordinances, just to make it drive home the point that you are intending to fully comply. So adding 7504, which is ADA compliant parking within the municipal service district. The City of Goldsboro Parking Committee shall be authorized to reserve a necessary quantity of spaces for accessibility purposes to ensure full compliance with the ADA and the city's stated objective of being an inclusive community for all citizens. The city manager shall have final placement of the authorization. One question that I've already received from council that I want to address, I think it's a fantastic question, is this doesn't specifically say if these spaces will be on the street or in parking lots. What about that? And my response to that is I believe that the parking committee and the manager can be able to strike a balance. Not all of these need to be on the street because there's off-street parking directly conveniently located. Then there's other blocks where you're going to need to eat up some of the on-street spaces to be able to meet the spirit of having a proper loading zone and the spirit of ADA. So I want to give the manager and the parking committee the tools necessary to implement this. So that is item B under old business. To recap, it correlates with items DD and EE in the 7 o'clock session. It's also worth noting, and I don't have a specific lease to be able to share with council right now, so there's nothing finite, but I do believe that we will be able to get at least one more small off-street lot conveniently located to serve some of the businesses downtown as well that currently don't have adjacent off-street parking. So we're continuing to work that. So that is my brief. Matt, what did I forget?
I think you pretty much covered it. The only thing is that, you know, we're currently reviewing the number of handicap spaces and looking at where they may be spread out throughout the city so that they're going to work better for everybody.
Okay. Ms. Getz, again, thank you so much for your work on this. Looking through multiple other cities' ordinances to try and be able to pull some things together that we can then properly catalog. So the only remaining question, and I say only, that's an assumption, is about Saturdays. And so what I will ask after there's any discussion is that ultimately we put that one to a vote of how we want to do, if we want to leave enforcement on Saturdays or if we want to have Saturday and Sunday just simply be open. Other than that one, are there any other pieces that council would like to see changed specifically within items DD or EE as presented for a vote later this evening?
Question.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Pro Tem.
So specifically talking about DD and EE,
Mhm.
which are amendments in some regard, are they 3 hours, 2 hours? Is there an option for a no parking plan at all?
There is. You know, council, if it so chooses, could say that it wants to reject it and put that to a vote as well. I think, and I apologize, Councilmember White, to that point, if council wanted to, I don't really, there are options. If you look at chapter 75, you could keep the loading zones, you could keep 7503, keep 7504, not do 7502. Again, I think that we've heard enough citizen, concern wanting it, because back in 22 and 23, when this was brought forward, that was definitely a thing, but council does have options. Councilmember White, yes, sir.
So I just want the city manager to kind of explain the handicap portion of it for me. I mean, I know you said that y'all doing some more evaluations, because that's one of my sticking points is the handicaps.
So I guess the best way for me to explain that is our handicap regulations is just like the mayor alluded to, that's a federal regulation, American with Disabilities Act. So we have to look at the total number of spaces that we have, both on-street and off-street, and determine what number of spaces we have, and we've done that. So right now, we exceed the number of spaces that the law requires us to have in downtown. However, we do not feel these spaces are spaced out appropriately enough so that everyone can take advantage of that. So that's what we're doing now.
Will we be adding any additional ones?
We'll
Or
bring
just
back a
moving them
report,
around?
and, you know, if there's a way that you feel like we need to add some, then we certainly can. It's gonna be dependent upon how we move things around. If you put them all in one area, that doesn't necessarily reach a goal of really trying to provide accessibility for disabled.
Council, any other comments or questions on item B, the MSD parking?
Just a quick.
Yes, Councilman Boyette.
On the 7504 that we're just discussing, approving this simply is giving the manager and the parking committee the ability to decide placement of the places as they see fit based on need. So by adding that, it gives them that
Correct.
capability. Okay.
Correct. At 7504, some things, when you're in these roles, there are certain things that are implied. It is implied that council and city manager, have some ability to go and move around parking spaces, right? But I believe that as the MSD evolves over the years, and it's evolved dramatically in my lifetime, different parts of it have been heavily populated that are not currently, and vice versa. Certain parts are evolving more into residential blocks, other blocks are, you get the idea. I think it is good to go ahead and explicitly give the authority to someone to actually be able to make a move and reassign stuff. So just want to make sure that we're able to be responsive as things evolve.
Hey, just one last thing, sir.
Yes, Councilmember White.
Do we have a disabled person that's on the parking committee that could assist you with the proper placement of the parking spots for handicap?
We do not. But what I was going to say is that, our plan is that we were going to do a proposal to kind of move the handicap spaces around throughout the city, and we're going to present it to the city council. And I'm not going to unilaterally, because of this says that city manager has authority, doesn't mean that I'm going to not bring it back and for discussion. And we could certainly use some advice from someone that is handicapped. I would welcome that.
We have the Mayor's Council for Persons with Disabilities. That would be a really good asset to them.
It would. Good ideas. All right, council. Good conversation. I feel like we have really tried to hear the concerns from our constituents. We've really tried to hear concerns from each other, try to bring something together. Are there any amendments to DD or EE that we would like brought up to make the vote at 7 o'clock this evening cleaner?
And one of those covers the Saturday.
So, council, ultimately, we'll have to have a conversation on this, or we can just simply come to a consensus. As of right now, it's item DD for those following along. As of right now, 7229 3-hour parking reads, when signs are placed, erected, or installed in each block giving notice thereof, no person shall park a vehicle for longer than 3 hours at any time between the hours of 8:30 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. unless other hours are designated of any days except Sundays and public holidays. To amend that, it would be a specific motion to accept of any days except Saturdays, Sundays, and public holidays. So we would just simply be adding comma Saturdays. So if I'm hearing that as a motion, do I hear a second?
I'm sorry.
So the motion, as I'm interpreting, if I'm putting words in your mouth, please correct me, Councilmember White, would be to amend what is presented in 7229 to say that now starting on line 3 where it says hours are designated, comma, of any days except, comma, and then add, comma, Saturday, comma, and then the sentence continues, Sundays and public holidays.
And
So Councilmember White's request, or as I understand it, would be to omit Saturdays just like Sundays and public holidays.
Okay, so the motion is to make the regulation be Monday through Friday, not Monday through Saturday?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood that.
And one other thing too, we do, 'cause unless there's a difference of opinion with the board, we intend to continue using the placarding system
Right.
as an option for people that need extended passes or time limits.
can I add why that would have great value of, removing the Saturday? Because we have the possibility of adding, the travel and tourism department downtown in Goldsboro. And we have a lot of out-of-town visitors on Saturdays, a lot of out-of-town visitors. And so I think that that would add great value if we did not have to have that, parking limitation on Saturdays.
Okay?
Well, we have a motion on the floor. We've not yet had a second on that motion. Is
I'll
there-
second it.
Okay, so a motion has been made and seconded that we would amend what is being presented on item, is this the correct way of doing this? That we would amend what is being presented, item DD, to read that any of days except Saturday, Sunday, and public holidays, to be very specific on the language in front of everybody, so in case anyone's looking online.
Let me make sure I understand this.
Yes, ma'am.
Because this vote is very important.
Sure.
Monday through, we're voting that the parking regulation stays through, just through Monday through Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
3-hour parking.
Yes, ma'am.
3 hour. So then, you don't have regulations for Saturday.
Correct.
That's what the motion is.
Okay.
Yep.
And so, and ultimately, we'll have to vote on that here in just a second, because that is an amendment that's being requested, and that would have to, well, ultimately, the whole thing has to be voted on in a little while, but I'm trying to make sure that everyone knows exactly what's in front of
Yeah,
us.
I've been just as confused as I can be.
Well, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we discuss now if all of us agree on going to 3-hour parking?
Yes, of course. Well, the first, because that is a slightly different issue.
Okay.
First, let's see, what is being proposed is 7229 as written. If we want to change what is being proposed to say, except Saturdays, Sundays, and public holidays, then I'd like to go ahead and change what is being proposed, and then we either choose to accept what is proposed in total or not.
Question.
Yes, person.
Were you done, Councilwoman?
Well, my question is, I just have an issue with going to I don't know how everyone else feels, of
Sure.
course, but I have an issue with going to 3-hour
I
parking
do
when we
too.
haven't even, been live with the 2-hour parking, and there's been studies and not everyone has complied.
Right.
You know, we've had just downright non-compliance from some people
Right.
with seeing if the 2-hour parking even works to begin with.
And see,
So I don't agree with 3-hour parking.
I agree with that. I don't wanna go to this. I think that we need to go through the process. We are the council, and we want to listen to everybody, and we want everybody to work together. But whenever we do something, and then everybody doesn't comply, then we don't really know whether it really works or not.
Right.
And I just don't think it's fair to just jump to 3 hours, and we haven't gone through the process. We haven't seen whether it will work or not. Prove that it's not gonna work.
If it doesn't
You know,
work,
we're always talking about statistics and data this and data that, but we haven't proved that it's not gonna work yet.
it would be different if
And-
everyone complied. I'm sorry.
And, you know, and the other council, we tried to, you know, do what was fair. We tried to listen to everybody. Placard cards were put in place, you know, that could be used, not just at first, I originally said the beauty shops and the barber shops, but then later we said, you know, other places, and everybody hasn't complied. We haven't really tried it. Why don't we try it first before, I mean, we got this, and some of this is good. I am not knocking this at all, and I want you to understand that, I'm not. But I really believe when you say things and you put things in place, then we need to work through it to make sure that it doesn't work. Instead of just saying, no, well, I'm not gonna do it, and so then it's not gonna work.
Some people just haven't even tried.
This is also true.
You know, and I mean, that's unfair. And not to mention, we've already purchased signs. The signs are here, that's wasting money. You know, even if they are making them in-house, I was told.
They're still expensive.
They're still expensive, and so that's fiscally irresponsible for us just to throw away all that money, and we haven't even went live with it.
And we don't even
so-
have that kind of money.
And everyone, and people think that, okay, well, I don't really have to comply because it's just a warning ticket. You know, I went downtown and spoke with the parking attendant, and he said, yeah, a lot of people just aren't complying. They're just refusing to comply. So how do we
Right.
even know if 2 hour works? I mean, I
That's right,
understand if
and-
2 hours, if we try 2 hours for a year and it just does not work, then let's bring it back to the table. But how can we ditch something that we haven't even put into full effect?
And I totally agree with that. I really do. I'm very disappointed that we would just jump to something else. It is a lot of money that we do not have. Now, I don't know how much the signs cost, you know, to make them or to change them, but we're always talking about we're being frugal and we're trying to work. And I had tried to get that information and I hadn't gotten it, so I just got it a few minutes ago.
Right.
Just got it right here. But, you know, I just disagree with going with that, so I will not be voting for this until we work through, you know, I still respect, we can agree to disagree, but I just don't agree with just jumping to something, so.
Then let's go piece by piece.
Okay.
And because all these are good points. And was there anyone else that I recognized? Yes, Ron.
Yeah, I'll just say that right now you have a motion on the floor.
Right.
Right now, that motion stands.
Right.
And so just want to clarify when you said, let's go piece by piece, you have a motion right now on the floor to add Saturday to this policy that you.
Specifically, the 3 hour
the
option.
72 to 29,
Right.
added to that.
Mhm.
So I think that before you start to go piece to piece, maybe there should be a vote on that. You still go back and take the Saturday or the 3 hour out of this and make it 2, but, or somebody withdraws their motion. Right now, you have a motion on the floor with a proper second.
Well, just to be clear, Mr. Mayor, either way, it can stay 2, it can stay 1. I still would like to do away with Saturdays.
Okay. Then,
Excuse me, you like to do away with what?
Saturdays.
okay.
So,
We have just 1 second, and then I'll recognize you, Councilman Boyette. The reason that that the clerk and I are bringing this forward piece by piece is because we can choose from what's currently in front of us. We do not have to adopt everything. If we want to adopt specifically the piece on if anyone has their windows in their car cracked for the heat, now would be a great time to go resolve that. If anyone would mind grabbing my car key to go make sure I don't, I would appreciate that. If we have options, and I just want to make sure that council fully understands we have options. We can purely vote to keep 7503, the loading zones. We could stay at 2 hours, add to it 7503 loading zones, add to it 7504 ADA compliant parking to ensure that that authority is in place. Revise what is proposed as 7502 to say 2 hour, which is exactly what is currently out there. And that would be going with what's currently in place, adding the loading zones, adding the ADA language, and we're done.
Are we still trying to figure out what we're gonna do with that first motion?
I am. I'm coming right back to it. I was just that was my piece of
Because I just
discussion.
wanted to say something, but I didn't wanna, I'm
Sure.
trying to wait.
No, that was just my discussion. So on the motion that is currently on the floor, to be very specific, it is to amend the proposed language in 7229, which is the 3 hour block. But to everyone's point, to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing, we probably should decide if council wants to change to 3 hours. And then if Councilmember White wants to make a motion to amend that one to remove the Saturdays, that would probably be the more effective way of doing it.
Sounds good.
Councilmember White, do you mind withdrawing
I
your motion?
withdraw my motion.
Thank you, Councilmember White. So with that, the floor is still open for discussion. Councilman Boyette and then Councilman Taylor.
Well, Councilmember White withdrew his motion, but I understood his motion, which was to do away with Saturday regulation and just make it Monday through Friday regulation on 3-hour parking. So I was going to suggest maybe he would like to amend his motion to say any parking is Monday through Friday, which I'm not in support of, but that would have got that across the line, because then what his intent is, if I'm understanding correctly, is he doesn't want regulation to be applicable on Saturday or Sunday and simply make it a Monday through Friday. But
A fair procedural point.
yeah, but if the motion's is withdrawn and is going to stay as such, then nothing further to discuss. But if the motion was going to be made, it could be made across the board.
I'll recognize Councilmember White again, if he so chooses to remake that motion after we have one other piece. Councilmember Taylor, your comments.
I don't mind the part about if they change parking spaces, because who's to say someone leaves and comes back, parks somewhere else? We don't want them to get in trouble if they really did that. I don't mind that part in there. I just don't agree, and I don't mind the adding the other streets, the loading zones, and the ADA compliant part. I think that all needs to be in there, but I just don't see why we should jump to please people that aren't even complying with the original rules. That's just my opinion.
Understood. Yes, Pro Tem.
Okay, let's talk a little louder because the bottom just fell out.
Yeah.
I think for me, it would be helpful to know where the council stands as far as me personally. I've never been a fan of the parking plan. But since we have one and it seems like there's a 2-hour or 3-hour, I'm also in favor of removing the Saturday if that's the pleasure of the board as well. But I guess for me, it'll be helpful to gauge where is everybody at on the 2-hour versus the 3-hour, or is scrapping it altogether an option as well? Like, I don't know where people are. I do agree with Councilwoman Taylor that we have put something in place that we said we do a soft rollout for, and then we'd go live. We haven't done the gone live part. And we also put the placard system in place that I don't know, I don't see a representative here, but I don't know if that's being utilized from merchants downtown. So, and I also want to reiterate that even based on the study, the parking wasn't necessarily the issue, it was the usage. So we want to encourage our merchants and their customers to just do fair usage of that. So it'll be helpful if I just knew where everybody stood on what's what. My personal thought is to eliminate the plan, but my second thought is we have something in place now. Let's do that and make the necessary modifications if necessary with what we currently have. That's where I'm at.
It was my understanding that there were 2 places that were utilizing the placards, and it was working well. But there are some that refuse to use it and have not complied. And I really think that we should all work together and try to use it to see where we are. I am for the 2-hour. I want us to stay at the 2-hour. That's where I am.
Then council, how about we do this? I think the first question, and Ron, correct me on this, because ultimately we have to vote on the things that are kind of presented to council. But could I be permitted to say we take a vote on 7503 as presented specifically? Or do I have to say item EE as presented?
Well, again, somebody can make a motion, and then a motion to change it, because what you put here is just a proposed.
Right.
Okay, so somebody can say, well, as this item was presented, but I would like to amend it so it reads as such.
Okay.
And as such, maybe take the 3-hour out and leave it 2, and then put the Saturday in. And so now you've changed the language, and that's what you've actually voted on. It's just the item itself is presented on the agenda for consideration.
Perfect.
Now you've amended that item to read the way that it is passing.
Perfect.
From what I'm hearing, Mayor, it sounds like there needs to be consensus, or where we're working
Right.
towards consensus, maybe there's not, but one would be on the weekend enforcement, or specifically Saturday, and then the amount of time, or if you can't get those consensus, do we throw it all out? That's kind of
I
where
think
we're
we-
at with things.
I think we can. I think we can. So, and, Councilman, you have your hand up, and then I'll call for a motion.
Well, I think I see a path at least to get us going down the road. So if, after the attorney's remarks there, we can vote on the ordinance amendments as presented. So if, it sounds like to me from everybody's comments that if a motion was made to approve 7502, 7503, and 7504 as presented, that would pass, and then we would get that behind us, and then that leaves the, am I right?
7502 has 3 hours. We didn't
Oh,
change that.
okay, I'm
That's
sorry.
right.
I'm
So-
sorry, I'm
Just
off.
after.
That's
So with-
7503 and 4 then.
We could. So with that,
You just make a motion,
yeah,
okay, to approve, subject to 3 hours changed to 2 hours under 75.02.
Right.
And you go separately for the other item, 72.29, somebody makes a motion that says, the language is presented except, I'd like to change it. My motion is, it's 2 hours instead of 3, and we insert Saturdays additionally.
Yeah.
So then that's the motion, that passes, and that's the way the final version will read. Ms.
Right.
Getz,
Right.
says, which will vote,
Exactly.
passes.
perfect.
So you asked two questions. One is, are the Saturdays?
Right.
Raise your hand on that one, just by
Right.
polling the
that.
board. And then the other one would be time limits, 2 or 3.
So with that, I'll
Can we do
enter.
that with a hand, with just a
Yeah,
consensus?
yeah,
So
I'm
you
gonna
gave me
do that.
consensus.
But what I would like is, do you need it in the form of a motion, or you just want a vote? Who's in
Need a
favor of
motion
two,
to
who's in
amend the
favor? All right.
ordinance.
I need a motion. Who is in favor of amending item EE as presented to make 7502 read 2-hour parking and to amend item DD, sorry, don't, wait, 'cause I can't do that. So a
Mayor.
motion to amend,
Mayor, we need a motion to amend the language,
right.
and then we'll come back later.
I know, I was
and
trying to
amend the
do
ordinance.
both in one motion, but we
Me
don't
too.
actually have 7229 on any particular piece of paper, which is the 2-hour version. We just have, sorry, we don't have 7228,
Oh,
which is the
yes.
2-hour version on any particular piece of paper.
Right.
So we'll have to do it, two different things. So do I have a motion? I just ripped my page out. Do I have a motion to change item EE, item 7502 to 2-hour parking limits to be added to the following streets?
I'll make a motion.
All right, motion has been made. Do we have a second? A motion has been made and seconded to change item EE on the agenda, 7502 to 2-hour parking limits. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further debate?
Just a matter of clarification.
All right, Councilman Boyette.
So if what the motion is to change from 3 to 2 leaves all the language as stated, other than, meaning you're able to move
That's a
from one
different
parking
ordinance.
place to the next, all that remains as is. We're just simply changing the 3-hour wording
That's a different
to
ordinance.
2 hours.
It's a different ordinance. I'm going to have to do this in 3 layers. Because Chapter 75, so y'all know the complication here. Sorry, I know this is super boring. I'm geeking out on it, but I know it's boring for everybody else. Chapter 75 pulls tools out of the toolbox that is Chapter 72. Chapter 72 is where you have your definition for 15-minute, 1-hour, 2-hour parking. We were, of course, adding a 3-hour option that is potentially losing ground here, which is okay. So if we want to amend Chapter 5 to say 2-hour, we also, to do the other things that we want, are going to have to amend 7228.
Do you want to amend to
72.
You don't have 7228 in your packet because it wasn't really a thing.
Are we in discussion?
We are, give us just 1 second. Are
I'm
y'all?
saying in general, that the motion, that if there's a motion that we keep the 2 hours.
Okay.
And you take Saturday, and you put Saturdays in there, you say that's the motion, and that passes, to add that to the ordinance.
Yeah.
Then we'll bring it back next week.
You're making it too
She'll make those changes
complicated.
to the
I can just
ordinance,
make the
bring them back
change.
later. They will
Perfect.
have 2 hours in there instead of 3, and they'll have Saturday.
All right, we'll entertain a motion,
Still gotta buy a new sign,
right. Well, no, not if it's the two, well, probably.
because it says Monday through Saturday.
All right, so the motion on the table, wait, do we even have one of y'all needs to make a
I
motion?
made a motion to change the 3 hours to the 2.
To the 2 hours?
Yes,
All right.
can we please vote on that?
And we'll just simply vote on that. So that is item EE, changing 7502 as presented to 2-hour parking limits. It's been made and seconded. Is there any further debate on that specific piece? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor of changing from the proposed 3 to the 2, which, for clarification, is what is currently on the ground? Yes, Ron?
That's both. Presenting language is 7502, and the presenting language is 7229.
No. No. Leave that one alone. Trust me.
That's, I'm sorry.
All right, we're just voting on 7502, 3 or 2.
Time limits. yeah.
Yes, can we just vote on
Council,
that?
Boyette.
The description, the breakdown of 7502 is actually within 7229.
You're right. It's also in 72, 28, 26, and 25.
Well,
You just don't have those in front of you.
well, would it be, do I still have the floor?
You do.
Okay. Would it be easier, would it be easier for the motion to be a motion to approve 7229 as stated, but change it from 3 hours to 2 hours?
No, because that's 7228 that already exists.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying we have a motion on the floor that has been seconded to go with the 2-hour parking.
But we already have 2 hours.
No, but we need to just vote to keep it at 2 hours.
But yes, what we're voting on right now is chapter EE. Y'all stay with me. All in favor of staying with 2-hour parking, which would amend what is presented from 3 to 2. Y'all follow what I'm saying? All in favor of staying with the 2-hour parking, please raise your hands.
But, I didn't think we were
Alright.
done with the discussion, but.
All right. Can I go back if she still has discussion points? 'Cause I have not called the dissent.
We can move on.
All right. All opposed and therefore desiring to go to 3 hours, please raise your hand. All right. Motion fails, 4-3 vote. We will we will move to the 2-hour parking. So item EE, instead of 7502, 3, it'll say 7502, 2. Okay? That finishes that piece. 7503 and 7504 remain. Correct? Is there any debate or any motion to remove the loading zones or ADA compliant parking? Councilman Boyette.
Okay. So now that we've established that we're 2 hours instead of 3 hours by a majority vote,
Mhm.
I am in favor of the language that was in 7229 regarding being able to move from one parking place to the next. How do we address that to make that part of what we just approved?
You make a motion to amend the 2-hour parking ordinance that for everyone following along happens to be 7228 to allow for, to mirror the language here. Exactly what you just said.
Is there a consensus on that? I would think there is.
Well, motions, let's make the motion, then we'll find out.
That's what I'm saying. Can we discuss as a group, because we're throwing out motions and we're voting, but I think that we all can say, this is what I want to see, this is what I want to see, and then we can come up with something, because I may not agree with this and agree with that, and I'm forced to vote on something. So can we just chop it up about what we want, and then we can create?
The overall, to your point, Mayor Pro Tem, the really the only questions are 3 versus 2, moving within the same block or not, and Saturday or not.
That's exactly right.
That's the only 3 questions on the table. Now, we gotta get it text on the page correctly. We just decided the 3 versus 2. Is there a motion currently on the floor? I lost track, Ron, did you? There is not.
I
Good.
thought I made one.
All right, but it died for lack of second. We'll come
Okay.
back to it. I'm using that authority for a moment.
Did we? Did it?
Yeah, all right, it did. So, we have decided on the 3 versus 2. Now, I would like a motion either for or against the Saturdays for the 2-hour parking ordinance. Does anyone
make a
like to make
motion.
There he is.
I make a motion.
You,
Can I ask something? Can I ask a question before you make your motion?
Sure.
On Saturdays, have we shown that there's more traffic on Saturdays with people coming into Goldsboro than not?
I think I base my decision off of Raleigh, which is a busy city downtown. So on Fridays at 5 o'clock, they do away with parking. So you can go downtown and park without having to pay after 5 o'clock on Fridays. So Saturday and Sundays, you can go to the parking decks and park without paying. So I base my decision off of the research I did with Raleigh. And they do have a busy downtown on Saturday. However, it's just like going to the mall principle. Everybody wants to park up front, but they drive around until they find the closest park.
all right, motion has been made, but just, I gotta follow procedure. Is there a second, or that motion dies for lack of second, of course, we can remake it. Is there a second to remove Saturdays from enforcement?
I'm gonna make a second.
All right, motion's been made and seconded. Now, time for discussion. Councilman Boyette?
I'm ready to
See that
vote.
look in your eye?
Well,
I'm
I
good.
have some
I'm ready to
discussion.
vote now.
All right.
On that.
Ms. Taylor?
First of all, once again, we'll have to replace our signs. Second of all, the residents that weren't parking in the correct place and taking up parking spaces, causing this, contributing to this issue, that's gonna take away from the people being able to get to the businesses. And then the third thing, we're still not trying it out as we originally planned. How do we even know if it's gonna work? That's my only deal. 3 things.
Well, I think that for the actual people who stay in the residence downtown, that's something that we're gonna have to address in the lease contract, because I honestly believe that they need to be in the lease that they have to park where their parking lot is. That's just me personally. I don't know, Ron, if that's legal or not, but that's just my thought, right? So I think that's just something we're gonna have to address going down the road. We're gonna have to address that with the investors. But as far as the other concerns you got about the signs, I understand that we spent money on the signs already, but I think that we rushed to do that, because I think that anywhere else in the world, Monday through Friday is a work week. Even if you own a business, Saturday is considered you working on the weekend. That's how I determine it, that Saturday is a weekend just like Sunday.
You completed? Councilman Boyette?
Just a comment. I respect Councilmember White's position and his motion, and the method in which he arrived at his conclusion. Personally, I have a different opinion on the matter from being downtown regularly on Saturdays and seeing how busy, in my opinion, it's just as busy on Saturday as it is on Friday, and trying to hone in this issue and tailor it to what's best for Goldsboro, per se. So I respect Councilmember White's motion, I respect his opinion, and I respect the method that he arrived at his opinion, but I disagree in terms of, I believe that at least for the future, until we can actually, like Councilwoman Taylor pointed out, till we actually get up and running and moving forward. So my position is to leave the parking days as is now, which is Monday through Saturday. But I want to be real clear, I respect your motion and your opinion on
And I would like to say that I agree that it does need to be in the policy. I have had this discussion before with, two people that I strongly respect, and I do agree that, I don't know how we're gonna do it, I know this is an off, but I don't know how we're gonna do, but I do agree, it needs to be in that lease contract. And that is where that is the elephant in the room. That is the problem with parking right now. So I really do agree with that. But I just see on Saturday just how busy it is here. And I agree we need to keep it like it is, but I do respect everything that you say, Councilman.
One last point.
Oh, Pro Tem, and then I'll come back to you, Councilman.
I think this is why it was important for me to have the discussion about what we all think, because it could be an option to say, okay, if we go to 3, if we stay at 2 hours, are we willing to give up Saturdays? If we go to 3 hours, are we willing to keep Saturdays? And this is kind of the discussion that I wanted, so we could amongst ourselves say, okay, if we stay at 2 hours, are we willing to take away Saturday? Or if we go to 3 hours, do we keep Saturday? So again, we're making motions, but I'm still kind of torn, because I want to hear each side of the argument to see, as somebody who does not want a parking plan at all, I have to make a choice. I'm trying to figure out what's what. But I don't know what's what still.
Well, I was just gonna offer a simple, just from a landlord lease perspective, knowing a little something about that, I would be venture to say that I could put in my lease and direct my tenant where to park on my property. But I don't think I could put into a lease, and I'm not an attorney, I'm a property owner, but I'd call my attorney and ask a question. I don't think I can put in a lease and tell a tenant that they can't park on public property. I can tell them what to do on my own property, and I think I could tell them that I would prefer them to do something, but I don't think I could mandate my tenant and tell him where he can or can't park outside of my particular property. So I think that I'm gonna stick to to what I said to begin with. I think that we need to keep it like it is. But there's a motion and a second on the floor, right?
There is.
Okay.
There is. Is there any further discussion? All right. The motion, and I am paraphrasing, but correct me if I'm wrong, the motion was to, remove.
Before you, can I
Please.
just say this though?
Please.
I'm with Mayor Pro Tem. In my humble opinion, I think we created a parking problem because the expert came down and said that we had a usage and a management problem. So we do need processes and systems to get at the problem that we have, right? Which is a usage and a management problem. I came in here and said I would go with 3 because I thought it was a compromise, right? It was compromise for those who didn't want it at all.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But 3 was just too little. And I also think that 3 is too little because I came down here and got the haircut and did the thing, and then I had a choice. So it's not because I didn't abide by the rules at that particular time. So I'm saying I thought if we go to 2 hours, which we voted on to go to 2, and I'm fine with 2 hours. However, I think to accommodate everyone, and those beauty salons and those people who feel like that just 2 hours is just not enough time, then Saturdays is the compromise so they can have one day out the week that their constituents or their customers could come down and not have to worry about parking. Because if we put 2 hours down, unless you catch it just right, you're still not gonna find the parking on Saturdays. Because it's just that many people down here. It's just like that on Sundays. I mean, up in Raleigh as well. So I was just looking at the compromise. Right. But in my humble opinion, I think we should scrap the whole thing.
Well, I'm thinking that if they use the Blacker cards and utilize them, that still could really work. I really do.
How many, I'm sorry, but how many placard cards do they get per business? Just out of curiosity.
Well, I don't know if they've decided how many that they would get. I don't know how many have been made up.
keep
but
everything
I'm pretty
listed.
sure that we can accommodate
Yeah, I was
that.
told, I
Let's-
was told that the placard cards are only for beauty shops and barber shops.
But see, we
Well,
went
let's-
to, we also said that we would extend that after we realized that it was needed. We said that we would extend it.
Let's
But I
let-
do agree that we have a utilization problem because now, when I walked downtown, I saw 2 parking lots, and from Monday to Friday, I saw no one in those parking spaces. No one was there, and I took a picture, and I started to have it displayed up here, because those 2 parking lots could solve a whole lot of problems there, and I understand, landlords that have tenants downtown, you cannot make them, but there is a way, if they continue to get tickets and have to pay them, then they will park where they are supposed to park. It needs to be in your lease. Now, there's nothing that we can do about prior. And that's funny?
No, he looked at me and asked me if it could be in the lease. I said, no, it cannot be in the lease.
Okay,
Let's,
But it wasn't funny though, but that's
Okay.
what was funny.
okay, all
Okay.
right, okay, thank you.
okay. Bringing this back together. The proposal, when we walked in the room, was 3 hours. Saturday stays on there, we'll have a vote on that. And you can park anywhere in the block. If you move over a spot, you're good. Where we've gone in the last 30 or 45 minutes, maybe about 30 minutes, is we've gone back to the 2 hour. There's a motion on the table and a second to remove Saturdays, which, again, fits within the overall usage and the discussion. And then next, we'll also need to have a motion to be able to amend the other ordinance 28 on being able to move within the same block. I'd like to be able to get those 2 motions across the table and allow us to move to our next agenda item if council so chooses. I am not forcing anyone in any specific direction. The motion on the table is currently to remove Saturdays from enforcement. That motion has been made, has been seconded. Is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor of removing Saturdays from enforcement, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. All right, motion passes 4-3. Laura will need to pull up an ordinance for next meeting for 7228, whether we're adjusting that language for the 2 hour block, presuming that we stay at 2. Again, that,
So what passed?
sorry, not 28, 7226. Apologies for those listening.
Just in case.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Make a point.
Please.
So if that motion passed to remove Saturdays, that defeats the whole purpose of having to redo the signs. So if we gotta redo the signs, then that makes that's the point moot about keeping it 2 hours instead of 3 hours.
The fee for the signs, you're looking at a few $1,000s.
Yes.
This policy ultimately needs to be done in a way that we believe best fits the needs of Goldsboro. And that's why it is in your folders. An email with a rough estimate on the cost is in everyone's folders in front of them tonight. It's a few $1,000s. I don't want that to stand in the way of council putting a policy in front of us that
It
was only in mine. Matt, if you would please, the email.
It's right here.
For the record, on calls, 'cause yes, it is some money. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just had one copy I gave to.
Perfect. For the record, 2 hour parking signs cost $2,000. The bandings were another $1,000. They rented a whole auger for $80, and then some bucklings for another $200. And of course, there was a lot of labor. There was about 4 hours of labor from pretty much the entire engineering department to get it done. Of course, they wouldn't have to re-auger or do new poles this time. It would just be the parking signs. Labor cost, all in all, was about $700. And so you're looking at a total cost on the front end of about $4,000. if we needed to remake signs, we would just simply be remaking the signs. I would presume that the bandings would be reused, the bolts could be reused, all those fun things, so it would just be labor and the sign. So again, it's a few $1,000s. That's not enough to stop us from doing a policy that this council believes is correct.
So then
Councilman Boyette.
you just need this final motion now, which is the motion that I suggested to change the language of 2 hours to reflect what was in the new 3 hour regarding being able to move
Within the block.
within the block.
Yes,
I
sir.
would make that motion.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Can
All
you
right.
do that one more time? What was the motion?
Councilman Boyette, if you please repeat your motion.
The motion is the language that's contained within 7229 regarding 3 hour parking be applicable to the 2 hour parking as it relates to not having to leave the block.
All right, and is there a second? I believe there was a second, but I need
I'll second.
another. All right, motion has been made and seconded to amend the language in 26, which is the 2 hour ordinance. I apologize for confusing folks and saying 28 before. Is there any further debate on that? All right, hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion to amend the language and allow someone to be able to move within the same block, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Okay. So where we are, and so you know, nothing that we've done tonight impacts the moratorium. That remains in effect. We already made that commitment to our citizens. But what we have done, and I'm happy about this, everybody, thank you. Item DD, we will need a motion to remove item DD from the agenda for the 7 o'clock meeting. So I would like a motion to amend the agenda by removing item DD.
I'll make a motion to.
Second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded to remove item DD from the agenda item later. Laura, correct me if I'm wrong, that is the one where that we would be creating 7229, which is a 3 hour parking, which now is a moot point. So there's no point in creating that. So we'll remove item DD. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of amending the motion to remove item DD, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you for that. All right. So what we have done, everybody, is we have shown, you know, ourselves and publicly that we are committed to the existing 2 hour structure, that we are removing enforcement for Saturdays, and that we're allowing movement within the same block. So with that, we can move forward on parking. Is that correct? We will continue to have our parking committee and our manager, because at the 7 o'clock meeting, I do still want to vote in DD.
I thought we just took off.
I do still want to vote in EE. That includes the length. Yes, item EE, but with the 2 hour language instead of 3 hour language. Keeping 7503 as presented intact and keeping 7504 as presented intact.
Proceed.
Yes, Councilman Boyette.
Didn't we just vote, motion and approve that, the changing the 70, the language of the 2 hour to read what the 3 hour was? Didn't we just do that?
Yes, but item DD, if you go and look at it, is creating the 3 hour parking text in our ordinance, which is now a moot point because we're not.
It just needs to be cleaned up now.
Yeah.
So can we just go ahead and do that now? And I mean, since we're neck deep in them.
No, we just removed it from the agenda. It's done.
But what's EE gonna be then?
EE is adding to chapter 75, adding chapter 75, or entry 7502, which is now going to read 2 hour parking limits are added, which is what we already have, codifying it. And then 7503, adding the loading zones.
Okay.
And then 7504, adding the ADA compliant parking.
But the moving in place is done.
That's gonna come back to the
Yep.
next meeting.
Exactly. We'll have to
That'll
actually.
come back to the next meeting and be on the agenda as a new item to add the moving around.
Mhm.
Okay, but instead of, that language is, what says 3 hours, is creating a new section, that's unnecessary. You're gonna add the appropriate language from the moving around to the 2-hour limit section, and the clerk's gonna have that for the next meeting.
Because we've motion approved and
Right.
and approved it.
Right, so next time we'll have that, it'll just be a part of the consent agenda because we've already
I
had the
understand.
discussion.
Okay,
So-
just clarifying.
All right, council, I appreciate everyone's involvement there.
On a note of humor,
Hey, we're good. We got something, back in late 2022, when this really started coming forward, there was the parking study that was commissioned. And then in '23, there were a number of different public hearings held in different locations. And then ultimately in May, council voted to do something. But that was a different council. 3 of us were up here, but even a different city manager. So I think it was valuable to show that this council here has taken proper steps to show its intents. So I appreciate everyone's time. Next, we have another policy that is specific to downtown. This is the special, actually it's not specific to downtown, excuse me. It's the special event street closure policy discussion. And it's item, it actually correlates to item FF for this evening. Item FF, if we so choose, once we start the discussion, there may be some pieces that we need to table for further discussion and bring it back at the other meeting in May. But I believe that what's prepared here covers a lot of the things that council is needed to see. That being said, I'm sure that there will be some amendments that are presented, and those will be able to be voted on and to be able to be heard. Again, now we're moving to item C, special event street closure policy discussion that correlates with item FF for this evening at 7 o'clock. Council, there is one other matter that I feel like is pertinent. And Councilmember Weeks, you and I discussed this previously, had conversations with members of the public as well as members of the council that were concerned about potential conflicts of interest because there are multiple members of council that are either involved in businesses downtown or on property downtown. Those council members have, of course, filled out their forms and their public disclosures and all of those things as is compliant with the policy. We have discussed with the League of Municipalities as well, or was it School of Government? Ron, I know I talked to the League of Municipalities anyway, and Ron and I have discussed the actual law around duty to vote and around conflicts. When do you have a true conflict versus when is it just something that would impact you the same amount that it would impact anybody else in your block or in your neighborhood? Ron, do you mind giving us any advice for members of council who own property, within, on Center Street or involved in businesses on Center Street, and how they can recuse versus their duty to vote? Can you just kind of talk us through in just a few words?
Yeah, a few words.
Who do you?
I can give very few words. You have a duty to vote, and that duty to vote can only be offset under very succinct circumstances. And the statute itself really gives just maybe 3 or 4 circumstances. It says only on matters involving the consideration of the member's own official conduct. That's not the issue.
Right.
Or financial interest. We'll stop there because that's going to be your question. The other ones would be if there was a benefit from a public contract. That's not here. The other would be a zoning matter. That's not here. The other would be a quasi-judicial decision. That's not here, like a special use permit. We go back to the financial interest part. My opinion is that there's not a conflict of interest, and specifically we'll address Ms. Weeks, who has properties here on Center Street, that because she has one on Center Street doesn't mean she can't vote for anything taking place on Center Street, whether it's parking or whether it's, I can't, what the other thing you're considering, because it's been all over.
Yeah, street closures.
Sorry.
Street closures.
Yeah, there you go, street closures. And so you have to really prove that there's a direct financial benefit. and you can't prove there's a direct financial benefit over and above anybody else for that one particular person, because it's gonna affect other shops the same, or the store owners the same, on whatever streets there are, as far as those numbers are concerned. So my analysis is it's not a conflict that keeps her from voting.
Okay. And we also have, again, this is all public disclosure now. Councilmember Boyette is also a landowner, owns properties on Center Street, is a landlord. Again, that's a public disclosure, nothing that he and I have not already discussed. Merely owning property that you lease out to someone, how does that fall into the analysis?
It's the same concept. You still have to go through the statute. And the statute
Right.
says you have a duty to vote except.
Right.
So it's the same analysis that applies to any of the circumstances.
Perfect.
So, I have a question.
Please, Proper Pro Tem.
Just a question. So, with the duty to vote versus, can someone still decide to recuse themselves from a vote based on
No.
morality or
No.
moral conduct?
And that's a question a lot of people have. I don't want to appear a certain way. But unfortunately, the statute, it says it's a duty to vote.
Because of the
And you
duty
can
to vote.
only not vote.
Okay.
When it's these things. Otherwise, you're required to vote.
Okay.
You might think, well, it doesn't look good, quote unquote. That's not good enough.
Okay.
Okay?
And in those situations, as I know you and I have experienced, if you attempt to recuse, council doesn't, in its judgment, be able to vote in favor of recusing you on the grounds of one of those things, and you just stay quiet,
Right.
your vote counts as a yes. So there's very limited opportunities for us to get out of this, for lack of a better term. If I excuse myself and go to the restroom and a vote gets called, if I don't vote, it's a yes. So,
Can I give an example? Just, I think it's easy to apply this example to all different circumstances, because there was a case involved in a zoning matter. One of the board members in the case was a school board member, owned a piece of property, like right next to where they were gonna look at rezoning to put a school. Well, who do you think's gonna benefit from that?
right.
Court said, you still have to vote. You're not actually getting the benefit. You're not getting the piece of property. It's not zoning yours. So even though his property was right there, and it was gonna benefit in a way, in a roundabout way, because he was gonna benefit, but when they put a school there, court said, you still have a duty to vote. Okay?
All right, so,
Councilmember Boyette, I think, still has a question.
oh, Councilmember Boyette, yes.
I was just going to point out, of course, I agree with all of that, and over the years, I've had to excuse myself from votes on the planning commission because it was something that I was specifically, that I owned, that I was rezoning and one thing and another, so I certainly understand that process. I agree with everything that's been said here. But to take it one step further, this isn't a downtown policy.
Right.
This is a citywide policy, and we all own property within the city of Goldsboro. So to me, I don't even think it's a matter of question, because we can't excuse ourselves from voting on a citywide property because we own property in the city of Goldsboro. So I agree with everything that's been said, and I'm glad that it did get said, so that an opportunity was there to set the record straight in that regard.
Well, I wanted to get ahead of that, because, again, appearances matter, and I certainly want to be seen as leading this thing in an ethically sound and morally sound way.
And can
So-
I add just one thing?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Just because appearance does matter, and so when I was elected, I promised to be fully transparent. I want everyone to know, I could have received a salary from Cry Freedom Mission Shop, but I chose not to receive a salary from Cry Freedom Mission Shop. It is a nonprofit. Right now, there are 13 individuals that are employed in that shop that were on the streets from Tent City or from re-entry, and that's why I'm extremely passionate about Cry Freedom Mission Shop, and that's why I chose not to take a salary from Cry Freedom Mission Shop, but that's why I'm passionate and argue for the merchants downtown as well.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Weeks. With that, council, we'll go ahead and move to item C, under old business. The policy as presented, again, Ms. Getz, just an incredible amount of work helping as the typist and the coordinator for this, pulling things from other communities, as well as other staff that offered comments and reviews. So with that, council, I've heard a few different comments, but to Mayor Pro Tem's point before, we might be able to get through this quicker if we just simply, to steal your phrase, chop it up a little bit and strike a compromise.
I know that's not professional.
It's professional if it hits the mark we need to discuss. So, what are folks' comments, concerns about the policy as presented?
Mayor, just a point you wanted me to bring out with the event impact notification to add another bullet point under, it'd be the 5th bullet point to include contact info for Goldsboro City Clerk to voice objectives, or, yes,
That was
voice
a-
objections, sorry.
Clarification on what Matt is referring to. On page 6, staff certainly recommended, and I recommend, event impact notifications. As you see other communities, you'll see some that require almost permission slips and ratifications from other property owners and shop owners on an impacted block. Then you'll see some that follow the language that is presented on page 6. But even those on the event impact notice form would include contact information for the clerk's office or the city manager, as it may be, where that objections and event issues may be voiced, so that the manager can take that information to heart as he is ultimately interpreting and applying the policy. So
Is this new?
this,
It's a new insert.
yes, that's what I was just saying, it would be really right there.
No, I mean, like, is this entire event impact notification a new
This
part
in-
of the
The whole
process?
policy.
This entire policy is new. This entire policy is new. This has been, normally things take a while to try and create, especially when you're almost creating from scratch. And, staff has worked very hard, especially Laura has worked very, very hard to try and pull something together that strikes a balance.
I'll make a comment.
Yes, Mr. Boyette.
I want to echo before we get started with this is what the mayor said. Laura's just knocked a ball out of the park with this, getting it together. I know all of us have had input. I've sit down with her multiple times and have reviewed at least a dozen different other municipalities, and all of us have had input, and she's been the one that's actually got it on paper, and got us there. And I personally, I feel like that we're pretty close. We're not there yet. There's a couple of knick-knack things, but I think we're 90%, 95%, and that's a heck of a lot closer than we've been thus far. I have a couple of issues with, just like I said, some knick-knack things that need just housekeeping kind of things, I believe. But overall, yeah, I just can't say enough about Laura's work that she's put into that to get us where we're at now, with what's on paper. And hopefully we can get this on across the finish line. I guess the good news is, for me, the couple of things that I have that's an issue are not anything that really affect the street market folks, since that seems to be the forefront of the conversation these days, or what's driving some of the conversation. And my concerns are not really anything that would affect them per se. I think that this new policy is going to address their concerns and allow them to proceed forward with what they want to do, and I think everything's going to be fine in that regard. But when we get to that point, there is some things that I want to point out that I would like to see added or deleted or changed.
Well, the floor is still yours until you yield in just in a couple minutes. If you'd like to go ahead and present anything for discussion, let's go.
Well, I would be glad to do that unless someone else wants to. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I have three issues that I want to cover. The first one is going to be on page 4, which is item number 5, the tier explanations. There's some wording that I asked to be taken out, and more got taken out than what I had asked for in what my version of what I wanted to see happen. So I think what I need to do is just go through tier 1, 2, 3, 4 and state what I think I want to see happen, and then we'll go from there. So is that okay, Mr.
Please,
Mayor?
please go
Okay,
ahead.
tier 1, I'm okay with that as is. I've got a check mark beside it. Tier 2, well, I'm okay with tier 1 as presented, which means that the wording that the clerk has lined out following approved by city manager, I'm okay with that. So I'm okay with that one exactly as it is. On tier 2, I'm also okay with the clerk has edited out the wording beyond city manager in the last, I'm okay with that. What I am not okay with is in the second or third bullet point for possible closure, et cetera, not to include Center Street was lined out. I think that needs to remain. And that's what my wishes are. That the wording of not to include Center Street remain in the wording for tier 2. In tier 3, same thing. The wording not to include Center Street needs to remain.
Hold on,
Yep.
because are you saying, okay, right now it says possible closure of city parking lots, public right-of-way, and/or streets. In parentheses, it says not to include Center Street. So are you saying
Leave that. We want to leave that.
Okay.
leave it?
Yes, because it's struck out according to
You
what,
don't have a struck out one, do you?
I don't either.
I'm looking at something different.
There's one in your, packet that's got all the papers.
it just
they
got
put
printed
together.
today, and that's
Is that-
why I just became aware of it.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
showing.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, take your time.
So this
Yeah,
is,
on page 4.
so what you're saying,
What this,
Councilman Boyd, is this is not the same thing that was emailed to us?
that is
Because
correct.
mine, it has Center Street right on there.
That is correct.
So you're saying
It's
there's a
in
new
your,
one?
it's in your folder.
Yeah, it's struck out.
Okay, I'm with you.
So, overall, what I'm getting at here is that was struck out, and I don't want it to be struck out. So if everybody's got that in front of them now, on tier 2, where the word not to include Center Street is struck out, I want that to remain.
So y'all know, whenever we email the agenda out on Wednesdays, as some of y'all remember, we always, when I was council member, try to get it out usually Thursday evening, so we had it Friday. That was never enough time for me to be able to review and ask questions. We moved it to Wednesdays, which has now allowed different council members to get it and, you know, kind of do their own markups. And so with this, are these markups primarily ones that were, is it a collection of council, or is it primarily? Okay, all right, perfect. So,
So-
continue on.
Can I ask you a question about
Yes,
what you said?
absolutely.
So are you saying that you don't want to, so what you're saying is you don't want to close Center Street? Is that what you're saying?
That's
For
correct.
the tier 2?
Because that's not to, tier 2 is not to include Center Street, based on the 201 to 500 people. It was okay as it was
It wants to be
written.
the same for all of them, not just to mark out not Center Street. That's what he's saying.
Then my issue is not, the words not to include Center Street were struck over the weekend from tier 2 and 3, and I want that to remain.
I think that tier 2 should be able to include up to 2 blocks. Right?
If someone wants, this is for manager approval.
Right.
If someone wants to do something beyond what was there, then they come to council.
Yeah, but you've got events that are between the 2 and 500. I just think of Rotary is hosting an event at the Hub this weekend.
The hub's separate.
No, but the street closure associated with it would fall right in here, and that would involve that would involve 1 block in theory of Center Street. And I would like for the manager to be able to approve that, and that's 1 block of Center Street next to the Hub as part of another event. That feels
In tier 2.
in tier 2, yes.
Okay, so if that was the case, then we would need, in my mind, in order to get past that, it would need to be specific to that block of Center Street adjacent to the hub. This is where I was afraid, I don't think we're there yet for something at this point, because there's too much of this to work through.
Well,
But we're almost there.
what if I still agree with things coming before council, and Matt, you're serving in that capacity, and this is no dig towards you.
It's okay, it's a lot of responsibility on me. I'm willing to take it, but
Because
I want to
I-
have things laid out specifically.
Because then it gets, to me, too much into the weeds and the dirt. If we just if we're breaking up the street, to me, it gets a little blurry for me. So I guess while you're going through it, I'm asking you, are you saying, okay, they can't use Center Street
The
in
way-
tier 2?
The way this was worded, that I was received as of Friday, Tier 2 and Tier 3 could not close Center Street on the manager.
That's what I.
But we can. It'll come to council.
We can do anything we want.
Okay, that's what I was trying to
Within
figure out
reason.
when you were saying, because I
With 4
think,
votes.
I think those should come before council. I don't think it should rest
Well,
on the city manager to
And
make
so
that decision.
if it remained with the words not to include Center Street remaining there, then the option for somebody would be to come to council. That would be their path. Because the manager, if it says not to include Center Street, then that means the only person that can close Center Street is the council.
Okay.
That's where I was going with
Okay,
that.
so that sounds different to me now when you explaining it that way.
So Tier 1 can't close a street. Tier 2 and 3 can close a street, but not Center Street. Tier 4, this is with the manager. Tier 2 and 3 can close a street as long as it's not Center Street through the manager. Tier 4, regardless of what it is at that point, if it's going to involve Center Street, it's going to come to the council.
Overall, could council be comfortable with that?
Can I add one thing?
Please, go
Just
ahead.
for suggestion, on number 5, when it's talking about the tier explanation in the verbiage, it said the application fee is listed below and is a non-refundable fee. If an event is denied, wouldn't we want to refund?
We talked about that, and I think one of the things we would do is make sure that it would be contingent, kind of like a background check with an employee or something like that. So they would get their money back if they were denied, and so but they would have to get approval for their liability and all the other paperwork. So they would first get the city council approval, then they could get those other things, so they wouldn't be out funds, if that answers your question.
Well, to Councilman Weeks, a specific question. On page 4, we're in like section 5 here, and yes, I am watching the clock. I will, tone us down at 10 till so we can change rooms, because I do think that there is a resolution to be struck here. The application fee listed below is non-refundable. Is that accurate? Is that an accurate statement?
That's up to council.
Well, what has it been previously?
It's been non-refundable. Pretty much all of our fees are non-refundable.
No matter if it's approved or not.
Right.
But
And that
we
was
also
my-
never denied any of them either.
Yeah, and the question I have is that purpose of the application fee is kind of like when you go try to lease or rent an apartment, and people are doing all the work to approve that application. I mean, that's the whole purpose of the application fee, so if they're approved or denied,
I know if I had paid tier 4 $400 and the council denied it, I would love to have some of my money back if you denied me and I
Good.
paid $400 application.
but wouldn't you want to make sure that you check, that you qualify, that you felt like meet all the qualifications before you applied? Why would you spend that much money on something and you don't check all the boxes?
Well, Councilman Boyette, you brought forward a lot of points. I just want to, while we're still talking about the non-refundable, could council in general be comfortable moving to a refundable fee?
I absolutely could, but I was gonna suggest, could we get through what we're in the middle of now?
Yes,
And
go
then
ahead.
address that, because
Well,
I'm
could it
totally
be-
okay with that.
Okay, go ahead.
Could it be a percentage of refundable
Yeah,
fee?
because somebody's
instead of-
doing the work to go over the
Instead
application.
of, all of the fee?
When-
You could refund a certain amount.
When we get to that point, that's what my suggestion
Okay.
was going to be, is that we just set a dollar amount of it. If it's $50 or whatever, that's non-refundable. We can address
Okay.
it that way.
Yeah.
All right, continue down with your list. We'll come
Okay,
back to the.
So to finish up on the tiers, so tier 1, I'm okay with the strikes and revisions as presented in the latest version. Tier 2 and tier 3, I would like to leave the words "not to include Center Street." Then in tier 3, the wording "beyond city manager" needs to be struck like it is in the first 2. Tier 4 is okay. So that's everything that I've got to, huh?
Beyond city manager?
It says approve, it just needs to simply say approved by the city manager. For tier 1, 2, and 3, it needs to simply say approved by the city manager. It doesn't need all the other because you can't close Center Street.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
So-
Okay, okay.
So
Without council
restructuring it to where the tier 1, 2, and 3 do not involve closure of the Center Street period and do not involve closures of DOT streets period.
Correct.
Okay.
Tier 1 doesn't involve closing any street. Tier 2
Right.
and 3 do, but not Center Street. If it's gotta be Center Street, it's gotta come to council.
Or DOT streets.
Tier 4 is okay with the strikes and revisions. I'm good with that. So that's item number 1.
Council, in general, is council comfortable with any of the amendments or discussion from Councilman Boyette?
Well, I personally think that, I would like for everything to come before council.
Sure.
And if he's saying not to close Center Street, period, or are you saying there is an option to close Center Street based on the council saying there's an option?
Correct.
I just wanna be clear on that, cause I do agree that Center Street should be closed if people wanna close it and
But
and
it
it
needs
works.
to be our decision because of the impact of that. It needs to be council's decision. And the way that, if we do it like what I was saying, then the manager can close and handle closing a street other than Center. If it's Center, it needs to come to council.
Or any other DOT street for.
Correct.
Councilwoman Jones, did you request the floor?
No, I already said what I had to say.
All right, perfect. Council,
Do we need to pause or because I have 2 more things to add to that beyond the tiers, but do we need to pause and reset next door?
let's pause where we are. Are there any other comments or questions? Again, this is putting stuff out there. Inevitably, we're probably going to have to send this back to the manager, clerk, and myself after the meeting tonight. But this is our only real option for being able to get everyone together and being able to discuss something at once. Is council in general, just kind of give me head nods, in favor of that approach where that the manager can approve certain categories, but if it involves a DOT street or Center Street, that it has to come before council? In general? No?
I mean, I'm a no, but
Okay.
what y'all think? No, he's saying that the manager will have the authorization to do it without it coming to council unless it includes Center. Me personally, I just would like to see the,
You see all of it come to council?
Yeah,
I don't wanna put all that work on you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it needs to come before council.
Okay.
That's a lot of stuff to put on that. Yeah.
Okay.
And a lot less decisions.
All right.
Well, I don't wanna put everything on that, I agree,
Okay.
not to do that.
Well,
That,
then
that
you
would
could
be
just-
4 there then, so we'll rework that. We'll figure something out.
Yeah, because you could just change approved by city manager to just say approved by council.
Right.
But
Okay. So everyone, let's end this session. We will recess until 7 o'clock in council chambers.
That knocks that one out. Approve bill list.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the 7 o'clock session. I apologize for being a couple of minutes late. I hope everybody is with us, and it's going to be a wonderful night. We've got some celebrating to do. As always, want to make sure that we're drawing attention to those pillars of our community that have earned it. Also, before we get going, Mr. Sailors, Paul, if you would. Also want to recognize the planning department, if y'all would. I want to recognize new hire to Mr. Paul Sailors, who is not new to Goldsboro, but is new to our planning department. Give the chance to introduce him. Anyone that's here, definitely take a moment and speak with him. He reports within planning department. Wonderful amount of experience in the past. Look forward to working with you. Look forward to properly getting to know you. Welcome. Thank you. Now we'll move directly into roll call. Ms. Getz, if you would, please.
Mayor Taylor?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews?
Present.
Councilwoman Jones?
Here.
Councilman Boyette?
Here.
Councilwoman Taylor?
Here.
Councilwoman Weeks?
Present.
Councilman White?
Present. All right. Now, Father Wiley, if you would please come forward and lead us in an invocation.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, in your word you have given us a vision of that holy city to which the nations of the world bring their glory. Behold and visit, we pray, the cities of the earth. Renew the ties of mutual regard which form our civic life. Send us honest and able leaders. Enable us to eliminate poverty, prejudice, and oppression, that peace may prevail with righteousness, justice with order, and that men and women from different cultures and with different talents may find with one another the fulfillment of their humanity. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll move. So y'all know, for the agenda, we did not finish a couple of things during the work session. Item C from old business, we will take up when we get to that item. It correlates with something under items requiring individual action. And 4D under the work session, new business, I will take that up prior to the consent agenda after the public comment period. Matt and Ms. Getz, if that's okay with y'all, we'll just bring that right up right there. So with that, we'll move directly into approval of the minutes. We have minutes for the work session and the regular meeting of April 15th, 2024. The minutes have been distributed. Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes or amend them?
I make a motion that we approve the minutes.
All right, motion's been made. Is there a second?
A second.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded to approve the minutes of the work session and regular meeting of April 15th, 2024. Is there any debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you. We'll move directly into presentations. Mr. Livingston, we have some employee performance awards.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay. All right, can y'all hear me? I don't know if this is working, but, okay. They get barely here now. Okay, good. So tonight we have Employee of the Third Quarter Award. It's being awarded to Hakeem Johnson for outstanding achievement. I'm going to read this resolution or this honor here. Police Support Technician Hakeem Johnson has proudly earned the Employee of the Quarter Award for his actions on February 8th, 2024. While on foot patrol in downtown, Mr. Johnson was alert, cognizant, and situationally aware of his surroundings. He observed and reported a working structure fire in the 100 block of South Center Street. Mr. Johnson radioed the fire into Wayne County Communications and immediately began to notify and evacuate residents of the affected structure and apartments. He also assisted in evacuation of animals by catching them as the residents tossed them from the second floor of the structure. In total, 5 residents and 2 pets were successfully evacuated. Mr. Johnson's situational awareness, quick thinking prevented further damage and potential loss of life, and enabled our fellow first responders with the fire department to respond quickly and suppress the fire before the structure became fully engulfed in flames. His actions and early warning stopped the fire from potentially spreading to neighboring structures, which could have been catastrophic for many other residents and business owners. Mr. Johnson's actions are a direct reflection of his professionalism and his desire to serve not only in Goldsboro Police Department, but the community as a whole. Mr. Johnson's work ethic and situational awareness reflect well on himself and the city of Goldsboro. Awarded this day, May 6, 2024. Family, anybody that's here, get them all up here.
This is Kim, my girlfriend, and my dog Delilah. I'm glad she didn't chew it up.
Okay, is his immediate supervisor here, or the chief, or someone that wants to speak on his behalf? So I'm sure you'd like to make a few comments. For those who don't know, Hakeem is also our parking enforcement officer. So, he's out there on the streets every day helping everybody with their parking.
Hakeem's been with us a very short time, and in the few short months that he's been with us, he's definitely blended well with our department and has found a home, and we hope that he stays with us. His work ethic is second to none. Always comes to work with a smile on his face and ready to help anybody in any way that he can. I'm grateful that Hakeem chose us and that he stayed with us for a long time because he's a great employee, and I wish we had 5 more of them because it would make our job a whole lot easier. Thank you, Hakeem.
Thank you, Hakeem. Next award here for City of Goldsboro is the Supervisor of the Quarter Award, fiscal year 2023-24, third quarter. Has been awarded to Brian Kalin for outstanding achievement. Brian Kalin has been an employee for the City of Goldsboro since November 2018. He has made an extensive impact on demonstrated exceptional leadership in his role as the chief operator for the water treatment plant. Brian leads a team of 7 qualified operators in the production of nearly 2.3 billion gallons of drinking water annually. Not only does he provide leadership to day-to-day treatment processes, but he also manages the training program, safety program, and chemical inventory. As a fiscally responsible manager, Brian strives to acquire quality water treatment compounds at the best available value. One of his most crucial components in our treatment process is aluminum sulfate, procuring approximately 52 tanker trucks of loads per year. Through his research efforts, Brian has found suppliers that provide this component at a savings of $450 per shipment over previous vendors. This has already saved the city $5,500 this calendar year, with a potential savings of $23,000 annually. Brian possesses all the qualities of a leader. He demonstrates professionalism, integrity, and fiscal responsibility in his daily endeavors. He leads by example and ensures that his team members have everything they need to accomplish their task in an efficient manner. Brian's work ethic and actions reflect well on himself and the city of Goldsboro. Is Brian here? saving that money. I always have to look at those POs. Thank you, Brian.
Perfect, thank you, Matt, and thank you and congratulations to those recognized. That's just indicative of the caliber of folks that we have that support the city and run the city. And we as a council do everything that we can to support them and say thank you as often as we possibly can. So one more time, thank you. So with that, we'll move into another presentation. Councilwoman Taylor, if you would please read the proclamation on the Tourette Syndrome Awareness Month. And do we have anyone here to receive the proclamation?
I think they're sick.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
They're not here tonight.
All right. So with that, I don't believe that we have anyone to receive the proclamation, so we'll just simply read it and then we'll honor it.
Whereas Tourette syndrome is an inherited neurological disorder that is characterized by involuntary physical and vocal tics that occur many times a day, and whereas Tourette syndrome is often accompanied by other mental health disorders such as attention deficit and obsessive compulsive disorder, learning disabilities, and anxiety, and whereas Tourette syndrome and tic disorders affect 1 in 100 children. More than 23,000 school-aged children in the state of North Carolina alone are dealing with Tourette syndrome, and although some of these cases are aided by medication, there is no standard treatment or known cure for the disorder. And whereas there is an important need for more professional help with interest and expertise to identify, counsel, and treat people with Tourette syndrome, a disorder that is often misdiagnosed and misunderstood. And whereas positive actions to assist children and families living with Tourette syndrome would result from a broadening of public and professional knowledge and acceptance of Tourette syndrome. And whereas the Tourette Association of America is actively providing services to families, educating medical professionals and teachers, and supporting research to better understand the signs and treatments of Tourette syndrome. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim May 15th to June 15th, 2024 as Tourette Syndrome Awareness Month, and June 7th, 2024 as Tourette Syndrome Awareness Day in the City of Goldsboro as a special day to promote understanding, compassion, and acceptance for all of our fellow citizens who deserve and need our support to break the stigma that surrounds Tourette Syndrome.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Next, we'll move to item D, a memorial proclamation in honor of Mr. Miles Dorsey Kelly, Jr. And this proclamation will be read by Councilwoman Hiawatha Jones.
Yes, I'll read it first and then I'll ask you guys to come up, please. Mr. Miles Dorsey Kelly, Jr., Memorial Proclamation. Whereas Mr. Miles Dorsey Kelly, Jr. was born in Jamaica, Queens, New York on September 16, 1957, to Miles D. Kelly, Sr. and Gloria Jeanette Blackmore Kelly. And whereas Mr. Kelly leaves behind his loving and devoted wife, Cynthia K. Kelly, 2 daughters, Joy and Noel, 3 brothers, 3 grandchildren, and a host of loving relatives and friends. Whereas the president of the Central Eastern Wayne Alumni and Friends Incorporated, chairman of the Wayne County ABC Board, president of the Gold Wayne Panhellenic Council, and a member of the Goldsboro Golf Committee Advisory Board, State Credit Union Advisory Board, and St. James A.M. Zion Church, Mr. Kelly vastly influenced this community. And whereas his commitment to Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporation as a lifetime member and his leadership as a president of East Carolina Officials Football Associations were invaluable, and whereas the strength of our community has been enriched by Mr. Kelly's presence, his dedicated service to the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council has left a lasting positive impact on the justice system. And whereas we acknowledge that beyond his public roles, Mr. Kelly was better known as a devoted husband, father, grandfather, son, brother, and cousin. And whereas he completed his earthly journey on Sunday, April 7th, 2024. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim April 13th, 2024 a day of remembrance and recognition as we commemorate the many outstanding contributions to both the public and private sectors of Mr. Miles Dorsey Kelly, Jr. during his 66 years of life. We wish his family peace and healing as they navigate this challenging time. We, the mayor, city council, and the city government of Goldsboro embrace the family and all common bonds of remembrance and appreciation of this beloved soul. We trust that faith, familial unity, and the support of this compassionate community will provide solace and guidance in the days ahead. We'll have a picture of her and then her brothers and family, church family. However you want. Can we get in the center? Oh. Okay.
Sure. This is all family. This is all family.
Right here, okay.
We have one more?
Church family and fraternity and neighbor brothers. No, I'm trying. No, don't be. I'm a follow order. No. Okay. Get out.
Omega?
Would you like me to just press the button?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, would you all be comfortable doing this kind of forming your press up behind the family? Absolutely. Next, Pro Tem Matthews, if you would please read the proclamation for the Dillard Goldsboro Alumni and Friends.
Dillard Goldsboro Alumni and Friends, Inc. Proclamation. Whereas Dillard High School in Goldsboro, North Carolina was the outgrowth of a private school funded in 1866 for black students and has a rich history of providing education to the black community. And whereas the Dillard Goldsboro Alumni and Friends, Inc. is a nonprofit organization dedicated to preserving the legacy of Dillard High School and Goldsboro High School and providing educational opportunities for students in the community. And whereas the National Scholarship Committee of the Dillard Goldsboro Alumni and Friends, Inc. is responsible for selecting recipients and awarding scholarships to high school students in the community, providing them with the opportunity to pursue higher education and achieve their goals. And whereas the Dillard Goldsboro Alumni and Friends, Inc. is hosting a Memorial Day weekend celebration from Thursday, May 23rd, 2024 to Sunday, May 26, 2024. To honor the history and achievements of Dillard High School and Goldsboro High School alumni. Now, therefore, it be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim our support for the Dillard Goldsboro Alumni and Friends, Inc. and their efforts to preserve the history and legacy of Dillard High School and Goldsboro High School. We commend their commitment to providing educational opportunities for students in the community and recognize their contributions to the betterment of our city. We urge all citizens to join us in celebrating the Memorial Day weekend 2024 and to support the Dillard Goldsboro Alumni and Friends, Inc. in their endeavors to empower the next generation of leaders through education.
I know we have some representatives of Dillard Goldsboro Alumni and Friends. And if I'm not mistaken, that would be a really good time for you to talk about a weekend coming up here. If you like the microphone, you're welcome to it.
Not on you. Okay. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
To the mayor, city council members, specifically the new ones and the manager and Ms. Laura, who have been in communication with a lot. This is our 69th year of celebrating. Currently, on record, we have given over $1.2 million in scholarships in our existence. This year, we will be rewarding 33 students scholarships to further their education. Our celebration goes from the Thursday, May the 23rd, to that Sunday, the 26th. And I have been the president for the previous 6 years. Unfortunately, this is my last year as president, but this is not my last year in involvement with the organization. I'd like to thank the city who has partnered with us over the past 4 years in contributing funds to help with those endeavors. I've been in conversation with the mayor, and what I will be doing probably at the June meeting, I'll be coming to share, which I do have copies of, what we plan and how we have spent the monies that the city so graciously gives to us. And we definitely appreciate that. So I encourage you, if you are a graduate of Goldsboro High School, to get involved. Memberships are $75 a year, and part of that actually goes to help fund some of the scholarship efforts that we do provide. And we have a nice facility over here in Goldsboro, 801 Poplar Street, which is my elementary school that I attended, and we have a nice hall for us to have and enjoy events. And so also, we have a parade downtown on that 25th. And it's a joy to come downtown and see all your friends that you haven't seen in previous years. All the city officials are invited to come to that parade. I'm still waiting to hear back to see where we are, because I know the council has been debating about street closures and some plans, so I'll be here to hear the resolution of that portion as well on tonight. But I just want y'all to know that I've been happy to be a part of this endeavor for the past 6 years and for the partnership that we have with the city. So thank you again, council members and Mr. Mayor. Okay, if you are want to be a part of the parade, we do have applications you can get online on our website. Walking is free. If you have a vehicle, it's $25 with your fee, so you can be in the parade. And we'll be welcoming all of you to be a part of that. Like I said, it's an exciting time, you know. And then if you come out on Thursday night, our awards program, we're getting here, our honorable mayor, they'll be speaking at that event, as well as myself and a few other people here in the city of Goldsboro. So we invite you all to be a part of what we do. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Councilmember White, if you would please read the Military Appreciation Month proclamation.
Military Appreciation Month proclamation. Whereas our brave servicemen and women, their families, and their loved ones share in the support and sacrifice necessary for our freedom, and whereas this proclamation marks the beginning of Military Appreciation Month, a month in which the Department of Defense and our grateful nation will honor the courage, commitment, and selfless service of our military, and whereas community members, businesses, military bases, posts, and other organizations are encouraged to recognize military members and their loved ones with special events such as family activities, community gatherings, sporting events, retail discounts, and other forms of special recognition throughout the entire month of May. And whereas military-connected nonprofit organizations, veteran service organizations, and other military service providers, both public and private, are encouraged to band together to honor and serve our military families and their loved ones during the month of May. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Goldsboro, the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim May 2024 as Military Appreciation Month, and officially recognize the many sacrifices made by our veteran service members, wounded warriors, their families, and their survivors, as well as the vast network of organizations that serve these heroes across the state.
Thank you, Councilman. Would anyone here who has served in the military please stand, just to be recognized? Thank you. Next, Councilman Boyette, if you would please read the Peace Officers Memorial Day proclamation.
Peace Officers Memorial Day Proclamation. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. And whereas the members of the law enforcement agency of the City of Goldsboro play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of Goldsboro. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their law enforcement agency. And whereas members of the Goldsboro Police Department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. And whereas the men and women of law enforcement agency of the City of Goldsboro unceasingly provide a vital public service. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim the week of May 12th through May 18th, 2024 as Police Week, and May 15th, 2024 as Peace Officers Memorial Day, in honor of those law enforcement officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the ultimate sacrifice and service to their community and have become disabled in the performance of their duty. And let us recognize and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes. I further call upon all citizens of the City of Goldsboro and all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe this time with appropriate ceremonies in which everyone may join in commemorating law enforcement officers, past and present, who, by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities, have rendered a dedicated service to their community, and in so doing have established for themselves an inviolable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens.
Thank you, Councilman Boyette. Would any members of the law enforcement community please stand to be recognized, including those of former or current Thank you, guys.
Mayor, can I ask, did anybody find a set of keys in the breezeway out here or back in that pew? Please. Did anybody find a set of keys? Okay, thanks.
Next, Councilwoman Weeks, if you would please read the Mental Health Month proclamation.
Mental Health Month Proclamation. Whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and whereas all Americans experience times of difficulty and stress in their lives, and whereas prevention is an effective way to reduce the burden of mental health conditions, and whereas there is a strong body of research that supports specific tools that all Americans can use to better handle challenges and protect their health and well-being, and whereas mental health conditions are real and prevalent in our nation, and whereas with effective treatment, those individuals with mental health conditions can recover and lead full, productive lives, and whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen shares the burden of mental health problems and has responsibility to promote mental wellness and support preventive efforts. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim May 2024 as Mental Health Month in Goldsboro, North Carolina, and call upon our citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recommit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, the steps our citizens can take to protect their mental health, and the need for appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental health conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Weeks. Is there anyone here to receive?
Yes.
If you would come forward.
Thank you so much. I'm Emily Peacock, the president of the Mental Health Association. I have two of our board members here, Blondine Nielsen and Bishop Anthony Slater, and we would appreciate you for acknowledging us. Also would like to leave these posters. We are trying to make everybody know that mental health wellness is important as our physical. We cannot separate it. So we've been doing a lot of community efforts this year to make that important to know. So, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, okay. We'll do that. What's mine?
All right, that concludes our presentations and ceremonial documents. Please, the council, now we'll go ahead and pull back in where we were in the work session. Also, Madam Clerk, Ms. Getz went ahead and prepared a revised.
If you'll just do the 75 and not the 72.
Okay.
Thank you.
Gets provided for everyone's review, just as an FYI, we'll get to it in just a little while. A revised item EE. Again, that doesn't require any more discussion right now, but just making everyone up of the dais aware. Also, during the work session, we amended the agenda. We had to remove item I under public hearings, the adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 53. The notice, in our opinion, did not fully comply with the requirements. Again, that was our opinion, and so therefore we're making the judgment call to pull it. We will renotice it, and we'll get it back on the agenda at the appropriate time. Next, I would like to go back to our work session and get us through this. We were on 3C, special event street closure policy discussion, and council, everyone has had time to think through this. We were discussing a number of different approaches.
Would you like?
Council, in just 1 second. Council, we can either choose to go through each of our different suggestions, take a few minutes, see if we can reach a consensus, and then have something to vote on this evening. But again, I'm not going to rush this through on anybody. I want everyone to know exactly what they're voting on. That is not my intent. Or we can go through our conversations, our different concerns, vote to table, bring it back at the second meeting in May. We have options. Council basically holds the cards on this. So with that, we'll return to our conversation where we were. I believe Councilman Boyette, had the floor, and we were discussing page 4, tiered explanations, and then after that, I believe we sort of had a earmarked conversation about the fees being refundable or not that we need to return to as well. So with that, Councilman Boyette, if you would please continue your conversation. Again, we were on page 4 discussing the different tiers.
Correct. I had got to a stopping point with what my suggestions were for the corrections to the tier system as listed on page 4. And I'm ready to move on to my other 2 things if everybody was clear on what my suggestions were. Everybody?
Again, right now we're just hearing your suggestions. Of course, none of them, first for clarification of the council, none of them are binding. This is Councilman Boyette bringing forward his thoughts on the ordinance, on the policy as presented.
But everybody's okay with understanding what I said about the adjustments to the tiers, correct?
I believe everyone understands. Okay. Yes.
All right. The other 2 items that were of concern to me, there was supposed to be as my understanding, there was supposed to be from multiple conversations as a component of the submission by the applicant of the special event application. One of the component parts to that was supposed to be, in which the clerk says that's no problem at all to be for lack of a better term, a piece of paper to where the applicant is going to speak with the merchants on that particular block, and the merchants are going to have an opportunity to sign or voice their approval or they're okay with that. And so that's not in here. It just somehow or another got omitted, but that was something that I personally would like to see, so that whenever someone does make want to close a block or whatever, that the folks that are involved, the stakeholders, businesses on that block, have an opportunity to say, yes, I'm good with this, particularly when it relates to, like with the street market. I mean, those merchants that are gladly participating in that. So this was an opportunity when somebody's making that application to say, hey, I'm wanting to do this, and the merchants on this block are in favor of it. So that's number 2. And the last item.
Councilman Boyette, before you
Yes.
leave that one, if I may, and then President, I'll yield to you. With that one, so would you suggest a text change for page 6? It's event impact notification, where right now it reads that all event organizers must notify impacted residents, businesses, etc. Would you suggest a text change as all event organizers must obtain approval from? Or
Correct.
would it be a percentage, or would it be all under your proposal?
The conversation I recall being had was that each of the merchants on the block would need to be okay with that, someone making an ask to close a block of the street, that those merchants that are affected should have an opportunity to say yes or no, because what we're speaking of is the lower tier items, not the higher tier that's going to come to council.
Right, and for those who were, and then President, again, I'll yield to you, and then Councilman White, I'll recognize you. In the work session, the conversation was to remove the ability for the city manager to approve a closure of any block of Center Street. Again, that's Councilman Boyette bringing his thoughts in. President, I'll yield to you, and then Councilman Boyette will move to your next point, if that's okay.
Understand.
I think it's a huge task to ask applicants to go to individual businesses, to interrupt business, to try to speak to a member of management or speak to the business owner to get approval. And it would really suck if 10 out of the 11 said yes and 1 said no. So my thing is, we also saw the support of a event, and this board still denied it, even with the support of each merchant that was impacted at that time, supported that event, and we still did not approve it. So if this is going to be in this, is it subjective? Is it to say we'll consider 50% of the responses? We'll consider, I think it's just a hard ask, and I don't think it's fair to the applicant as well to ask them to get approval from every merchant that is going to be impacted by the event. Because even if the event is happening on Center Street and I'm on Mulberry, I can still feel like I'm impacted. So, I just think that's a huge task, and I think it's kind of unfair if that is what we're going to base an approval on, based on the approval of other merchants.
All right, Councilman White?
I'm of the same feeling. I think that I think it's okay for them to be notified, and even they can give their buy-in, but I don't think that should stop it from coming before the city manager or the actual board for approval. I do think that's a hard ask for somebody to go and try to get approval from the city merchants, because somebody might just disapprove for the sake of disapproving.
Mayor.
All right.
I would revise, or I was repeating what is my understanding, had already been discussed, but to revise what my comment was, then maybe we should, the applicant has to go speak to everyone impacted to begin with as part of the application process. So while they're there, there's an there would at least provide an opportunity for that merchant to say yes or no, so that the manager knows what their position was. How's that? Because that way the manager knows what the merchant's position is when he makes his decision. It's not going to be approved or denied based on the merchant's statement, but at least the manager has the ability to know what the merchant's thoughts were. Is that more palatable?
That coupled with, just my own comment, that coupled with including information for the impacted business owner or resident to be able to contact the city clerk to state their objections. Again, this is all getting these ideas on the table. We're not voting on any specific piece at the moment because we're kind of got to hash through this thing a little bit.
And the last one's easy.
Okay.
Just a simple suggestion that we need to, in my opinion, consider adding a line item or wording to some degree that expresses how many times a person can make application for the same thing. Meaning, and I don't have an opinion on the number of whatever we as council decide, but if someone said, we need to say, okay, you can make an ask once a quarter or once a month or whatever the council thinks is best to prevent, in theory, someone from coming and making an application to close the street every Friday for a year straight or whatever. I mean, I just think we need to just put something in there that we all agree on as a sentence to say in this, when an applicant's making a request, and again, we're not talking about city-sponsored stuff, that falls under a different scope. But if the general public is making an application for something, there should be a limit on what we reasonably think can be how many times that ask can be made. And again, I don't have an opinion about the number. I just think that we need to address that. And that's all of my concerns.
I'll opine on that quickly while council gathers thoughts and then open the floor for more discussion. There's a number of these around the state that the clerk and I went through, and I want to publicly praise Ms. Getz for working diligently, finding stuff from about a dozen different municipalities and trying to pull things together, pull concepts from this city and pull a different concept from that municipality to pull things together. And to Councilman Boyette's final point on page 10, something that was a recurring statement was the general grounds for denial. This is on page 10. It's one of the bullets about halfway down. It says an event requiring street closures occurring within 10 days of an existing event, which also requires street closure, it could be a ground for denial. That number, especially if it's on the exact same block, that could be a nice place to be able to expand so that, and a specific block is not hit over and over and over again to that point.
So to your point of what you just said with that, with the, an event requiring street closures occurring within 10 days of an existing event, which also requires street closures, right?
Right.
Giving an example, downtown city street jams that just blocked off the entire summer, every other Thursday. So that kind of eliminates a lot of street closures for the summer.
But it says may, not will.
Well, and I'll respond to that one because I had the same thought. But again, with it saying may, I do agree with that sentiment, Councilman Boyette. I also was thinking that the manager and certainly council, when they're interpreting this, would look at, is it the same block? Is it in the same vicinity? Is it adjacent to something that was just impacted? I don't think that an event, even within 10 days, should necessarily be denied that's right next to City Hall off of an event that was at the hub. Now, of course, that is my opinion. We're all kind of getting our opinions here on the table right now, but I think I understand what both of you are saying and kind of agree in spirit with both of them. All right, Councilman Boyette, Pro Tem.
Perfect. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So just to kind of clarify about that, because we have to be conscious of the entire policy, even though we're breaking it down by down. So we're telling people that they can't close the street, right? Let's just say you can't close Center Street. And we're pushing you to the hub. So if we're pushing everybody down to the hub and going back to the Center Street Jam, that will directly eliminate a lot of other organizations from having an event there because you can't close the street. And we're pushing you down there to the hub, but also understand we should not have priority over other events, over other organizations. I get it. These events have been successful, but if one organization, I say we scrap it all together and not say that you can't do this, do an event, or hold the city of Goldsboro, county of Wayne County Public Schools, all to the same policy that we do everybody else. It just doesn't seem fair that every summer we're pushing people to the hub, but those people are really automatically eliminated because we'd be closing that area by the hub will be closed every weekend. And we don't even want to close it 4 times a year for Mulberry Street. I can't imagine we would close that section every weekend for the summer.
Council, any other comments, feedback? Councilman Boyette?
I'm just going to point out that, as Councilmember White brought up, that the wording says that it may be an issue, but may be an issue gives that maneuverability because, for example, this past Friday night there was 3 things going on downtown and everything was fun. The market had their event going on Center Street or on Mulberry Street. There was an event going on at the hub. The restaurants were packed with prom goers or graduation goers downtown, and so there is, that's, in my opinion, I think the word may is the right word because it just simply gives some consideration for all of that to be taken in. So I'm okay with that part, and I think we're pretty close with this. I mean, the policy as written allows for example, because that's what keeps coming up, with the street market, they qualify as a tier 2 event. They'll be able to continue on just like they've been at the price point that they were comfortable with and all that. And I know most of us did. I know I spent some time at the event, and it appeared to be a great event and well attended. I personally believe that it would be an ideal event. It would be perfect at the hub, but the applicant doesn't want to be at the hub. So we're providing a policy that allows them to do what they want, where they want. And we're close. We just need to tweak the last few little things on it, and I think we'll have it.
So Ms. Taylor.
I have a question. So
Yes,
I
ma'am.
thought previously, a while ago, we were talking about changing the wording from saying city manager to city council, right? So do we need to talk about that first? So that way we'll know who's gonna be able to deny it, may deny it?
Well, and a policy's been drafted and brought forward for consideration.
Okay.
It, as close as we are, we may not be there tonight, but we needed to get feedback. We needed to hear what council needed, and also wanted to show the public that this is a process. It's a diligent, forward-facing process, trying to get something together that is workable and is repeatable and can be interpreted fairly and consistently. The conversations discussed tonight, we did at one point, the idea was thrown out of remove everything in the tiers to say that nothing is approved by the city manager, everything is approved by the city council. If that happens, it's effectively a moot point to even have the tiers.
Okay.
Because one of the pieces, this is just my opinion, I'm only one vote when it comes in this room. The tiers, the structure of that was to allow a streamlined process for things that we as a council overall say, yeah, if this is done in this way, this time period, let it be approved and move on. And if it's something that is more complex or is going to impact a DOT street, like if someone's trying to do Ash Street or a chunk of Berkeley or something other than just the MSD, that would come back to city council.
Right.
So is there anyone that has, I'm just asking, and not pressuring, is there anyone up here that has a specific motion that they would like to make this evening on this policy to be able to clearly articulate a set of amendments that we work with? Or alternatively, do we have a motion to table this to the second meeting in May and check your emails, because we're going to have to get this thing hammered out so that we can actually have something to publicly vote on and work off of, because it's festival season.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I do want to kind of echo Councilman Boyette's comment about the success of all of these things happening downtown. Beautiful, without a policy. It happened smoothly without a policy. So if we are going to table this, which I am not prepared to make a decision on this based on all of the things that need to be discussed, and I do think a special meeting may be necessary versus pushing it back. But we also have some things on the table that says there are some people in front of us tonight that are requesting street closures. And I cannot help but mention that we denied street closures or without having a policy. And I'm pretty sure because these events that are in front of us tonight are popular events, they're great events, they're going to be approved. So I'm kind of torn between what we need to do. Like I said last time, I would like to approve all the street closures. Everything people got going on and want to do downtown or anywhere, let's do it, right? But I'm still torn on how we can do that in good faith, knowing that we did not do that for other individuals as it relates to not having a policy.
It would certainly be my preference to get a policy across the line this evening, and if it takes 15 or 20 minutes, then I'd like to do it. Councilman Boyette, to recognize you.
I agree with Pro Tem that it would be nice to act on this, but me personally, if we have to table this, I do want it addressed ASAP, even if it takes another motion if we have to table it, but I'm prepared to vote on the other items even if we table this. But if it's the pleasure of the council, I can offer a motion on the and see what happens on the things that I suggested, since none of it's not too far out in left field. It's sort of the knick-knack things. I mean, I can offer a motion or to put something forth, but I want to know what everybody thinks.
Ms. Jones, you recognize?
Could we possibly just agree on page 4 the tiers.
You talking about with the things I've suggested?
Yes,
Okay.
could we possibly move forward with that? I just don't, I don't want us to keep, kicking this down the road. I really don't. I know that we need to, take our time. We don't need to rush, but, I don't wanna keep, kicking this down the road. So is there any way that we could, approve this page, talk about it, talk it out?
And then move to the next thing. That's how we got through parking. It took a little while in the work session. which is
I'll
why
be
we're here,
glad to
but
do that.
We got through it.
I suggest we start, if that's, I don't wanna just start with Councilman Boyette's concerns. I say if that's
Right,
what
we
we're
need
gonna
everyone's
do,
concerns.
let's start from page 1 and let's go section by section and let's go ahead and bang it.
I'm fine with that. Let's sit here and do it. Those of you who do not enjoy watching the local government legislative process, if you feel like excusing yourself, I do not blame you. For those of you, however, who are really curious about this stuff and want to see how the sausage is made, buckle up. So,
I have a question.
all right. Well, Ms. Taylor, you were starting, and then Councilman
Yeah.
Boyle, I'll recognize you.
My
Yeah.
only question was, the grounds for denial,
Mhm.
that's the reason why I asked about that, because it just says the city manager's office may deny, but then we look at tier 4, and it doesn't say that the city manager's office may deny, it says approved by city council.
Tier 4, as drafted, I'll answer that one because kind of went through that one out there, was because it's 1,000 or more people, it's got to come to council
Right.
across the board.
So should we leave that like that, just solely saying the city manager may deny, because that's covering that whole entire, special event application, not just,
I see your point.
You see what I'm saying?
The intent, the way that's drafted, is that this is trying to give examples and some guidance to the city manager, because
Right.
again, it's trying to be prescriptive and allow the city manager some guidance without just hanging them out there. So, this is not the only thing that the city manager can use, and this is not the only thing that the council can use.
okay,
But if you would prefer to see language, if we're on page 10 and we want to talk about page 10,
Okay.
if you would prefer to see, that's the page you're talking about, if you prefer to see an event or a permit may be denied on one of the following grounds, just to clear that sentence up, we can do that.
yeah, okay. But I
So-
guess first we gotta figure out what we're gonna do about the page 4, okay, anyway.
All right, so Councilman Boyette, I believe you had some comments, and then I believe the pro tem had a good idea. Let's start rolling through it. So,
I just wanted to clarify the pro tem's request, Mayor Pro Tem, which is just to be sure that I understood that the mayor is going to present each item 1, item 2, item 3, so that we discuss each one of the items within the policy. Is that what the pro tem's request was?
I was just going to say on page 1, does anyone have any proposed edits?
Okay.
And then allow a vote on the proposed edits.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to clarify.
That
Sure.
was my request.
Yeah.
Okay.
So on page 1, are there any specific proposed edits? Hearing none, we'll move to page 2. That's 10% down, Jess. Y'all are seeing this. Sufficiency. On page 2, are there any proposed edits? Hearing none, we'll move to page 3. On page 3, are there any proposed edits?
That's the one that says tier explanation.
No,
No.
sir.
This one, page 3.
Right here.
Yep. You're good. And so this is, for those watching, this is moving the application submission out some to provide a little bit more opportunity. Hey, thank you. To allow everyone to kind of see what we're looking at here. Mr. Livingston, when we discussed proof of insurance, there was verbiage that, in just a one day in conversation
Yeah.
about not requiring someone to have already paid for that special event policy, but then get contingent approval, and then they
Right,
have
the
to.
language would be that your event is approved contingent upon acceptable proof of insurance.
Okay,
That part's on page 6,
so that part is on page 6.
under insurance.
Perfect. So with that, on page 3, we would need to remove the proof of insurance, those 3 words. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Because they're not going to be providing proof of insurance with their actual application
No, that is-
anymore. That'll save applicants a little bit of money.
Right.
All right. All right, so if everyone following along, page 3, we would be removing the words proof of insurance. Is there any debate on that? I realize I haven't had a formal motion, but is there any? All right, perfect.
I don't have a comment about that, Mr. Mayor, but does the minimum 30 days prior, does that matter? And I think we're gonna get to it when we talk about the tiers, but if the council's pleasure is to approve all of the street closures, or approve or deny, would that statement be impacted with the minimum 30 days prior?
Ultimately, if city council is having to approve one and it's the city's hang-up or the city's hold-up, I would never be in favor of holding that against the applicant. They get it to us in a timely manner, we've got to do our job to get it reviewed, if it requires our review. Any other comments on page 3? All right. On page 4, and Councilman Boyette, follow, make sure that I lay these out correctly. Actually, pardon me, I'm gonna back up. There was discussion during the work session about refundable versus non-refundable fees. Is it council's pleasure to have the fee be refundable or non-refundable?
Is that on page 4?
It's on page 4, third line. Application fee is listed below and then we either need to make it refundable or non-refundable.
I think if we deny an event, if an event is denied, that the fee, a portion of that fee should be refundable.
That's what I agree.
Right here,
Right there.
right there.
Right here.
Non-refundable.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
And that's what I said in the work session. I think
Yeah.
that a percentage
And I agree with that
should be
because there
refunded.
was- oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman.
I'm sorry. That's what I said in the work session. I believe that a percentage should be refunded, not the entire, but a percentage.
Councilman Boyette?
Could we reach consensus then by simply, to keep it easy and inexpensive for the applicant, to just say the application fee is listed below and there is a $50 non-refundable fee? In other words, make only the $50 to be non-refundable and the rest of it? Or does the council just want to make the whole thing refundable? And
I have one other suggestion that would work, just for consideration as everyone's thinking about that. Ms. Getz, correct me if I'm wrong. We're going to, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, we're now going to be saying you got to bring your insurance policy before you get your actual permit, right?
Right.
Can we say fees are due upon receipt of permit?
You could. I mean, it's totally up to you guys. The question becomes at what point in time have we moved and our staff has done the due diligence and work there? And at what point does that merit, full keeping of the fee versus what might be partially refundable? Because with this new policy, to be quite frank with you, it's pretty thorough, and there'll be a little committee looking through every one of these, and there's gonna be some staff time associated with this. That's maybe good for some people's eyes, it may not be good in other people's eyes, but it's not necessarily one that lends itself to 100% efficiency. Because you're having to look through a lot of different things. And covering all the bases, though.
just need to figure out what's agreeable then. So, because we want this to be easy on the applicants. And so.
All right, and now, Ms. Taylor, the floor is yours, and then Pro Tem, you're after Ms. Taylor.
Well, my only concern, like I was saying earlier, was that when you go to apply for leases or apartments or renting a place, you pay an application fee. And then the work that the city is doing, somebody's doing the work to approve or deny. And in this case, if the policy is pretty well spelled out, you can tell if you're going to meet the requirements or not. So I do agree maybe if they're denied, a portion of that should be refundable, but I do not think that all of it should be refundable.
Pro Tem?
I guess my question is, how much more work have we added onto the staff that was not already existing when people would come and do the application? Like, have we created a policy that requires more work for employees I'm also a fan of just giving them their money back. I mean, in my 5 years of serving in this capacity, I have not seen a denial of a street closure. It's blowing my mind still that we're even talking about it in this type of depth, but I don't think we should be creating policy that creates more work for staff. So what y'all were doing before seemed to have worked. So how can we still follow that same system and still say, because for this board to say, no, we're going to deny your street closure, then I think we should just give you your money back.
And when you talk about policy, we were one of the few municipalities in our area. If everybody read all the emails that Laura sent, I went through every single outside policy, Greenville, Virginia, every single one you sent. We're one of the only municipalities that does not have a policy. And these tiers, a lot of this information I saw, Laura, you had lifted straight from other areas that had populations very similar to ours. So we're one of the only municipalities that don't make people go through these processes.
For what it's worth, looking at cities ranging in size from, the mountains in Hickory, Greenville, here in the east, across the board, 12 pages is about the minimum. And it was, some of them were insane. I mean, they had books almost. But I'm also not for over regulating things, but I would like to make it a little more prescriptive so that it's not a political discussion and folks know what they're. I think you got to have a little bit more so that folks around the city can do things. And then, of course, downtown has evolved. So that's just my opinion. Council, so that we can put this particular issue to bed, would council be generally amenable to a 50% refundable fee and allow us to move to the next?
No, I'm not in agreement. 50% of 400 is 200. Right. That's a lot for me to get told no.
May just have to call a vote on this one.
Well, at least show of hands, and then that way she can craft policy or recraft it.
Right. So Ron, it's not a full vote. You just kind of need head nods.
So they're just doing a consensus, and she's taking that back because then that's not giving a final policy.
Right.
A final vote at that point for her to bring back the policy at the next meeting. Right. For there to be a motion.
Well, I can,
because if you're going to go through and just if you're going to go through this particular item, you get a nod of heads of 4 or 5 of them. Mm-hmm. You're going to go down the policy in about 2 more pages. You're going to have 3 or 4 other people nodding their heads. It's different than the other 4 or 5 that nodded last time.
Right.
Now you're going to come back with a policy that's probably got about 6 or 7 different things that's different, and not everybody's going to want to agree on everything that's been changed that they liked a little bit that was changed.
But that's the legislative process.
I understand.
We've tried to have
that policy at that point later. You're going to have the myriad of different changes as we go through. And
ultimately, you have to strike a balance that we can get 4 votes on. And we've been doing this since January.
But I do think that I'm in agreement that they shouldn't get the whole thing back, but I don't think it should be a percentage. I think we should set a dollar amount. Okay. So if we're going to say that the application fee is $25, then you get your application fee back. So in other words, Tier 1 will pay $125 instead of just a flat $100, because they got to pay a $25 application fee, and the application fee is fully refundable.
I'm okay with that for each tier. So you'd add $25 to each tier.
Exactly.
If I'm good with that, if everybody else is, and that's how we need to get here and get through it.
We could go down.
I'm fine with that as long as I just think that they should not get the full amount back. So I'm okay with that. I said percentage, and that's actually what I meant, but I really don't care as long as the full amount is not refunded.
I look at this policy as a prescriptive way to, here's an applicant coming in, they want to do an event downtown and they want to close the street. It basically says, here's what you have to do. You do these things, it will get approved. And it's not really designed to say, slow down, and here's where we generally do our street closures. It's designed to say, okay, because if you look at the things that we can deny them for, the city manager can, you know, there's just, if they fill out their application and follow the process right, there's not going to be any of these issues here that I would say, okay, constitutes reason for denial. So I think it organizes the process a little more.
Yeah, but I think that you have to plan for the one thing that you don't expect.
Well, I'm just saying that I'm not going to deny somebody of this unless there is outright, completely clear that they're not, like, for example, I just won't get insurance. Well, I'm sorry, you can't have an event if you're not going to get insurance.
That's all right.
Well,
All right, Councilman Boyette.
and I agree with Matt's comments. And I think I speak for everybody that we're trying to come up with a policy that is best for all concerned, but it's easy to navigate for the applicant. We're trying to welcome folks into the city and their participation, and that's what we're trying to do. Just like the discussion about the tiers and leaving the manager able to handle these requests with the exception of Center Street and Tier 4 events. The council doesn't even have to put their hands on that. The applicant has the rules. They come in, they do their paperwork, the manager approves it, boom, done, and everybody wins. I think we're pretty close to getting there, and if we get through these few things that are the issues and we make it through there, I don't mind, and the clerk's keeping track of the things that we're agreeing to. I don't mind somebody making a motion to say, I make a motion to approve this as presented, as amended, and recorded by the clerk, and we'll get it done tonight.
That's where I am as well.
That
Okay,
would be
so
nice.
On the refundable fee, I know I proposed it a second ago, it didn't go anywhere, I'm gonna do it again. Can we agree on 50%? Can we get to 4 at 50%?
Am I okay to keep?
Yeah, go ahead.
It seems like I don't want to be the only one talking, but I'm okay with 50%, but I'm also okay with Councilmember White's suggestion that we simply add $25 to tier 1, 2, 3, 4 price and make the $25 as the only thing that's non-refundable. I'm okay with that. Whatever it takes to get us 4 votes, let's rock and roll.
I will tell you.
Hold on, let's stay in order. Ms. Jones and then Ms. Weeks.
Okay, I'm okay with both. You know.
Ms. Weeks?
I will tell you that in looking at all the ones that you gave us from every city that was in comparison to ours, our fees are very competitively priced compared to other areas. They were making them pay for police officers at every event, every single one that you gave us, from Greenville to Virginia to wherever, every single one, our fees were extremely competitive.
Mayor, I completely agree, because after reviewing those, any for-profit event, and all of the breakdown was, what's the definition of for-profit? Anything that's not non-profit. But any for-profit event in every municipality I reviewed made it 100% on the applicant to reimburse the city for every dollar that the city spent to handle a for-profit event, which means how much does it cost to put out per barricade? How much does this cost? How much does it cost for advertisement? How much did the staff time cost? And all that's added up and handed to the applicant, and that's what we pay. So these fees are astoundingly cheap and competitive. I think that so if we added $25 to it, I'm totally okay with that, because I know we're just really doing a solid to the applicants at these prices.
All right. Pro Tem?
And I just want to get there.
All right. Pro Tem?
A couple things. I like Councilman White's idea. I'm asking, would the board consider, instead of adding 25, you include the 25 in the price that you've already set? So instead of adding $225, we would put the $25 inside of the $200. That's the first consideration I'm asking about. The second thing is, I hear what you guys are saying, and I get the competitiveness. There are also municipalities who do not have this in place. But I want us to stay focused. Somebody mentioned earlier today that we want to design things that are beneficial to our area. So let's stay focused on our area and our people versus constantly comparing it to other things. And I get the importance of the comparisons, but I also want us to stay focused on our people and what we're offering to our people. So that's my consideration. The first thing, if we could include the $25 in the current application fee, so there's not an increase, it's going to be covered in that, which could be refundable.
I'm okay with that.
I'm good with that.
I'm okay with that too.
I'm fine with that too.
All right, we're there.
We just got to pick one.
So let's go with can council coalesce around the application fee is refundable, or $25 is non-refundable. Other than that, the remainder of the fee is refundable.
Okay.
All right, perfect. So flat fee of 25.
I'm good.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a $25 is not refundable if it's not approved? Right?
Not refundable, period.
Oof.
Right, so whether it's approved or not, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's not approved. Yeah.
That brings up another little tidbit, so what, if we deny one, then there's a refund. I'm good with that. Suppose at the last minute afterward, all this has already been done, the applicant voluntarily chooses to withdraw, then what?
Keep the 25.
I mean, do we keep the
Yeah, the 25 non-refundable remainder of the fee is refundable. That's how I would word it.
All right.
Yeah,
Just want to be sure.
yeah. The thing that we generally can coalesce around that idea. We discussed in work session each of the different tiers. Ms. Getz, do you mind reading back from your notes?
Okay, so what I have is, basically, because I wrote on this one, Tier 1 would not change. Tier 2 would be keeping, not to include Center Street, where it's right now, it's blocked off. And Tier 3 would be keeping not to include Center Street.
Right.
And,
No change to 4.
Yeah, change 4 to 6.
and, hold on. I have to go back. That's a lot of stuff. Those two are the ones I wrote down.
It also struck out if the closure involves up to 2 blocks. It just says approved by the city manager.
And
Right, and.
off
yeah.
of the screen, just read off that piece that is marked off.
And so each one of those, approved by the city manager if the closure involves up to 2 blocks of Center Street. Those were currently blocked off. No, the first two, Tier 1 and Tier 2 are currently blocked off. And then we talked about blocking off the third tier as well. So it would just say approved by the city manager. The rest of that would not be there.
And point of discussion.
Is there
Or
any
clarity.
All right, we'll come right back to you. Is there
Okay.
any other comments or questions on the tiers?
So we didn't say that so what did we decide on the approval by the city manager for those tiers included versus us approving all of them? Because that was a brief discussion in work session.
Right now, what's on the floor, and I want you to bring up your point if you have a different direction, is the Tier 1, 2, and 3 could be approved by the city manager so long as it does not involve any portion of Center Street or any portion of a NCDOT street.
That comes to council.
And those would come to council for our discussion.
I thought we decided that all of them would come. We didn't.
It was floated as an idea, but it didn't appear to have.
Because I thought we didn't want to put that on that.
That's what we said in the work session. We didn't want to put extra on that. So I didn't know everybody's mind had changed since then.
Mayor.
I didn't. And if you go back and read, again, every policy that you sent us, most of those tiers are decided by the city managers in those cities. It says city manager or committee. The committee in those other areas comprised of like their GDDC. They had a representative from there. They had a representative, say, for instance, from the community, and then they had the city. They had a committee. Everything was approved by a city manager or his committee until it got to that 4th tier.
Mayor.
All right, Mr.
Just to
Boyette?
clarify from that discussion, Mayor Pro Tem, the purpose that, or my intent as we discussed behind making that change there is so the manager can easily process tier 1, 2, and 3 events that do not involve Center Street, lickety split, boom, it's done. Tier 4, which is tier 4, and any other request that involves Center Street is what comes to the council. So the council only bites off the big stuff, and the manager and his staff can take care of the smaller tier requests and move those through, which is in line with, for lack of a better term, what everybody else is doing. And the staff's okay with that. So just, Pro Tem, that's all I'm trying to clarify or trying to suggest there is let the manager handle everything but Center Street and let the council handle Center Street.
Pro Tem, any other comments or questions at this time?
Councilman
White.
Yes, so if the city manager's gonna do it, I think that's absolute power. So I don't think that. I think he should have a committee, so there can be some checks and balances. Everybody needs checks and balances.
I don't absolutely sign off. The way it is right now, it gets approved by the city council, but it's reviewed by department heads, and I understand where you're coming from. I just don't want to, that's why I'd have other people looking at it too. By the time it comes to the city council, we should definitely have gotten all this stuff, and we're not going to send you something that basically, there'd be no reason for you to disapprove it at that point in time.
I mean, there's no dig at you.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, I've seen the last street closures we had with people who disapproved it, and then we go back and approve it. So if we don't see it, then I think that does a disservice to the citizen who is asking for it.
Can I make a suggestion?
Go
If
ahead,
that's in
Mr.
order?
Boyette.
I think that we should trust our staff to be able to do what they're being tasked to do, and bear in mind that if an applicant comes forth and they don't like what the decision of staff was, that applicant has access to this council through public comment period or whatever to say, hey, your staff made a decision that I don't agree with. So they have an avenue to come to us as the council. It just provides us an opportunity to let and trust our staff to do this work on these lower tiers. And if the staff does not do something that an applicant feels is fair, their recourse is to come to us as the council with public comment period or whatever and say, hey, yeah, I filled out this application. It didn't go as I wanted it to, and I want it looked at. So the council ultimately has oversight. But on the 999 that can go smooth, I think that we just need to trust our staff to carry out our policy. We set the policy and let the staff carry it out.
Council, I'll also remind council, we get to reject or amend this ordinance at our pleasure if we see that things are going in the wrong direction. I'll also put this out there for council's consideration. Would you like things could be appealed to the mayor, or things could be appealed to council? Denials could be appealed. Would you like to write that in to make that, it's just as a check and balance to Councilman White's point? Any other?
That's just another extra thing. And if we're trying to make this user friendly, which I look at policies all the time, and this would cause me to move my event to Tallahassee before I did it on our city streets based on this. But my thing is, if we have a system in place that currently works as to how we approve or deny these, why can't we include that workable system that's already in place into our tiers? So if the process is always being how city manager just mentioned it, then why not still incorporate that in here as is?
Because our policies are outdated. They were for downtown Goldsboro many years ago. We've restructured downtown Goldsboro. We have a lot of new businesses. We have, there's so many things to take in consideration. We've got to update our policies.
And I think we're
that
there.
is. Go ahead, Councilman.
I'm sorry. I just want to say, give kudos again to Laura. I mean, we're there. We're right at the line of getting this over, and all the work that she's done in putting everything into a policy that we've all collectively spoke of, and the policies that I've reviewed, every one of them, if memory serves me correct, if there was an appeal process, the appeal process was to the manager, and the manager's decision was final. There was if it wasn't the manager's staff making the decision, there was an event committee. If the event committee was appealed, it was appealed to the manager, and the manager's decision was final. So in this regard, I think we're just super close. It's just a couple of these little doodads to get through, and we're going to be fine. And I personally am looking very forward to getting this policy done, and hopefully the outcome is the manager having the ability to maneuver through this, because we as a council have spent an awful lot of time bogged down in the mud on this particular issue. Then there's a ton of other things going on. So if we can get a policy, update a policy that everybody agrees on, and let the staff carry it out, then we can deal with other things and chalk this up as a win for all concerned.
Council, any other, we're still on page 4, which is, of course, the most difficult one. Right now, things would be approved by the city manager. Councilmember White articulated, obviously, a very good point about that. Is that absolute power? Councilmember White, do you have a specific text change? I didn't mean to call you back out, but since it was something that you voiced, would you like to see a specific text addition?
I just think that we have to be cautious.
Right.
You know, and there's no knock on our city
yeah.
manager, but we have to have checks and balances. Because if we don't have checks and balances, we'll end up where we're trying to dig ourselves out of now.
Then would council coalesce around adding, and it would be under other rules? No, it wouldn't be there. We could do it at the end, prior to the appendices, just adding another statement that denials may be appealed, denials may be appealed to council. Just leave it at that.
How about the mayor?
I'm fine if you appeal it to me.
That's what I read in a lot of
There were a few
those.
that did that.
There were multiple of those that said an appeal process could go through the mayor.
If y'all are comfortable giving me that authority to be the check and the balance, then my office can do that.
You could also put in there that the manager will make a written statement as the reason for denial, and
I like
give a
that.
report to the board, the mayor, and the council.
I like that.
Because there's going to be very few instances where denial is going to happen.
Right.
I'm going to do everything to work with them to get it approved. It
Absolutely.
is kind of bureaucratic because you have paperwork, but that's the way of the world now.
That's right.
I wish the world wasn't so bureaucratic. I wish we didn't have to have insurance. I wish we didn't have to all these other kind of things, but we have to.
Then I realize that I'm skipping forward just a bit, but on page 10, if we added another heading that is all denials shall be reported to council.
Or all denials shall be reviewed by the mayor?
Shall be, y'all have to decide. I'm not going to sit here in front of y'all and claim power of my own.
Say mayor and council.
All right.
Yeah,
How about that?
mayor and council, council and mayor.
Yes, you-
Yeah.
Trying to keep it off of our.
All right. So that would be if someone chooses to appeal a denial, they could.
Right.
They
I can agree with that.
All
A
right.
denial of the city manager's decision.
Yeah. All denials shall be reviewed by mayor and council upon request by applicant.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Back to page 5. We have made an adjustment to fees being refundable except for a $25 component. We've made a change off of what was on the, I believe what was on the screen, removing the words "if the closure involves up to 2 blocks of Center Street or any street other than NCDOT" from tiers 1, 2, and 3. That makes it so that the city manager does not have the authority to approve any closure that impacts any block of Center Street or any other NCDOT street. That's Ash Street, Berkeley. I may have already explained that. So anything else on page 4, which I think is probably the most meat.
Yeah, we get past that, we're in the home stretches.
I think so.
And that's why I wanted to go through it.
Is there anything on page 5?
Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
So that means on page 1, we need to remove that from the second paragraph where it talks about the city manager will approve all street closing applications based on the criteria not requiring the closing of more than 2 blocks of Center Street.
Correct. We'll need to change, thank you, Ms. Getz.
Okay.
We'll amend that second paragraph to read, the city manager will approve all street closing applications based on the criteria listed in this policy, which do not require the closing of Center Street or NCDOT maintained streets. So we will strike the words more than 2 blocks of. Okay. Returning to page 5, the special event application component parts, event description, event marketing, budget, event site plan, again, things that generally speaking are already provided to some degree.
I just had one question about that.
Yes, Ms.
If you're a
Weeks.
nonprofit, I was reading through all the literature. I know you have to submit your EIN number. I guess they give that, the IRS, I don't know who can answer this for me. They give the IRS documentation. Also, do they present their North Carolina solicitation license? Because in the state of North Carolina, you have to have a solicitation license to be able to fundraise in North Carolina.
As of right now, Ron, Matt, y'all correct me on that one. I don't believe that it's currently listed in here.
Have we required that before? When nonprofits request street closures, has that been a requirement?
I don't
think
remember
so.
that, no.
It is a requirement that you have to present your EIN number or show that you're a nonprofit though,
Your
right?
501c3?
Yes, ma'am.
That
Yes.
part of it.
Okay.
So I'll simply ask, does council want to get into checking the solicitation licenses?
As long as they're
legal
given
requirement.
as long as they're given the 501c3, we can check with the EIN number.
Mayor,
Mr. Boyd.
I think under item 6 on page 5, since that's where we're at, is the special event application component parts. This would be the place that it would need to be inserted, as we discussed before, as part of that when the applicant reaches out to the merchants within the block, what that merchant's opinion was for manager review. That doesn't mean if a merchant says I'm against it, it's going to be denied. We just simply want the manager to be able to see what the affected businesses on that block's opinion of the street closure is.
I would recommend
Or
doing
something
that
thereof.
on page 6 as part of the event impact component.
I would recommend that as a courtesy to the merchants, not mandatory.
Right.
I don't.
I like the
I shouldn't have
courtesy
to
thing,
have your
too.
approval
That's exactly
to do
what
my
I said.
event, nor should it be considered to get my event done.
I
think it
disagree.
should just be a courtesy. It shouldn't be mandatory that we say, go talk to these that is a huge task to ask, and I just do not think that should be a requirement for this process.
Mayor?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I disagree, because if the applicant is wanting to close a street and affect that merchant, those merchants on that block, I think the merchants deserve to be able to state their opinion on it, just like the ones that we're dealing with now. The applicant for the street markets has the blessings of the merchants on that block, and the merchants participate. So I think it's important for that to be part of the decision-making process. If an applicant wants to do something and every merchant on the street says, I'm not in favor of it, I think the manager needs to know that and be able to factor that into consideration. That doesn't mean that the merchant got to make the rule, but the merchant on that particular affected block needs to be able to address it and offer their opinion.
I understand what you're saying, I respect what you said, but then there's no need for us to go through the rest of these pages because that's gonna be an influence. And that's gonna be a deterrent. If everybody says no, and then he takes that in consideration, if he takes it into consideration, then it's gonna be no. So there's no need to talk about the rest of it if we get everybody's approval on the street.
But on the flip side of that, what if a merchant has a special event planned that day? What are we doing to protect them? Let's pretend like they have somebody come in from out of town and they're gonna be there, and you know, what protects those merchants downtown to be able to speak up and say, hey, if you close the street on such and such date, we have a wedding planned on that day, or you know, we have a baby shower at Las Veganas, whatever. What protects that merchant from, we're doing street closures and they have special events, and then all you have to do is give a 30-day notice. Some of these merchants plan their events by quarters, 6 months in advance.
That's all I'm saying is the merchant should have a voice.
All right. Ms.
So,
Taylor, you recognize?
I'm thinking that being that the applicant they are having to give the event impact and notify the merchants that what they plan on applying for, then if there's a merchant on that street, they would automatically say, oh no, to themselves, and then they're gonna go to City Hall and say, well, I don't agree with this. And then the city manager can then take that into effect and talk to the applicant about it, right?
There's a variety of ways that we can do this. And I think that it would be on page 6 during the event impact notification process. Let's take just a breather from that conversation because it's a very important conversation. I believe it's probably the last major sticking point in all the remaining pages, to be honest. The special event application component parts, the cover page is literally just the cover page. What have you done in the past? You know, has it gone well? The name of the event, date of the event. It's just a cover page. And then the event description, why it warrants closing a street. Again, these are things that generally speaking are already discussed when someone is bringing forward an event, because they're generally trying to do something that they believe is trying to bring more people in and trying to do more things to provide amenities. The event marketing strategy and budget, again, is generally something that folks can talk about. I mean, you look at a lot of the presenters that come in front of us now, they're talking about what their event is, what it's going to be doing for the area, what the strategy and budget is. They're talking about their site plan. You're talking about how things are going to be laid out. So on page 5, specifically within that context, and again, I'm asking that we explore the impact piece on page 6. Is there anything else on page 5 so that we can try to put that one to bed? All right. Moving to page 6, and this conversation, this one is going to come down to a philosophical piece. I don't believe that it should be unanimous. I don't think that you should have to have every single merchant in a particular block say yes. But I also don't think you should necessarily, I don't know that it's a good idea to have an event in a block if every single merchant says no. But I think that it's got to be somewhere in the middle. And if you look at our past performance, we generally speaking have had acceptance of these events somewhere in the middle. But I do think it's important that there at least be an opportunity for merchants to express concerns, which is where in event impact notification, I'd suggest adding, I've got to slide back over here to it, adding another bullet that the event impact notice that goes out to all the impacted residents and property owners, that it include language that for any concerns related to this event, please notify the city manager and the city clerk so that those objections can be heard and understood.
Perfect.
Giving people an opportunity to voice their concerns.
That's only fair.
And yes, I do believe if it is a concern that, I don't know exactly what this would look like, but I'm trying to plan for the unknown. If there is something that every merchant over there is saying, no, we can't do that, I do think the city manager probably has an obligation to at least find out why.
I'm only gonna approve something whether there's a checkbox. I'm gonna check the box and they made it. It's not gonna be I want it to be an objective decision that the city makes.
Right.
And not anything that's like, okay, well, we don't like this person, or this person doesn't. They'll have to give a good reason. If it still checks the box, they're gonna be approved. It's kind of like, when you look at a development plan and they look at it through their planning manuals, it meets all the requirements, you approve it, so people know what they're dealing with when they get in front of us. They know what the requirements they are, and there shouldn't be any ambiguity about that.
Then can council coalesce around the idea of adding another bullet under event impact notification that just simply says, reading again from the end of the last sentence, the formal event impact notification must, and then the next bullet would be, include contact information for the Goldsboro City Clerk where objections and event issues may be voiced.
By the merchant.
So let me ask a question. Is
Go
it
ahead.
a way to partner with our merchants association? Because now we've added another task to the clerk. I'm just saying, we're trying to simplify stuff, but it's a lot happening. If we can partner with our merchants association and then our downtown development to see how that works, if they could possibly, filter some of those conflicts, if any, through them versus, our clerk.
Well, I'm gonna answer that, and then I'll, Ms. Taylor, I'll recognize you, and then Ms. Jones, did you? Was it? And then Ms. Webb. I'm trying to push forward with a policy that can be used citywide. That's not specific to the NSD.
Right.
And so that was the only main reason why I didn't try to just draw in them. And I don't know that planning has the bandwidth right now. I don't know that community relations has the bandwidth right now. So at this moment, that seems to be about the only spot. Not that you have the bandwidth, but I don't know what else to do with it.
I'm good with that.
Ms. Taylor?
That was my thing. I was saying that's a great idea about the DDDC, but we're talking about the whole city. That was all.
Don't want this to be able to be used for neighborhood parties and cul-de-sacs or other things. I want this to be a citywide thing. Is there any?
Can you do that one more time then? So contact the city clerk, blah, 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 what?
Include contact information for the Goldsboro City Clerk where objections and event concerns or issues may be voiced.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Can council generally coalesce around that? It's not
Yes.
it's not getting permission, but it is at least informing folks what they can do if there is a concern. Electrical requirements, general liability insurance, the indemnity statement, all those things are somewhat boilerplate and were already actually in our previous policy. Any other comments or questions on page 6? Okay. Moving forward to page 7. Police support alcoholic beverages, and then the applicant priority ranking. This, I know there's going to be some conversation, so who has thoughts and concerns?
About what now?
Page 7.
I'm good with the rest of the policy.
Person?
It just doesn't read well, and it's not a good selling point to me to know that these big fish get all the good fruit, and the smaller fish, you just get what's left. I think that everybody should be held to the same policy. I get it, but I don't think anybody should take priority.
It's only if there's a conflicting request, for what it's worth. It's not if it's purely if they're happen to be same time, same location, or too close to each other, or something like that.
So let's say we're putting in for our Summer Street Jam, which we know is the same time every year, and there's another organization who wants to do that. The city is going to take priority over that time and that space. I just don't think that that's necessarily fair in that regard, is what I'm saying. Because now our street market folks, just going back to them, and I hate to keep honing on them, but I feel like because of their event, we're here. But if they wanted to go and use the hub through the summer, they're already bumped out because of the city takes priority over that. I just don't think that's fair.
Only on those
And I don't want to say
specific
just them, I'm
Sure.
sorry. In any organization, I don't want to
Yeah.
just highlight them, but.
Well, and if it hadn't been them, it would have been somebody else. You know, this rock at some point was going to get work. Yes, Councilman.
I completely understand what Mayor Pro Tem is conveying, but I completely disagree that every policy we've seen, that's the priority order, and it just is what it is. And I'm in favor of that as is, but I do understand exactly what the Pro Tem's trying to convey. I just don't agree with it.
Ms. Weeks, did you have?
Again, I'm going back and referring to other entities that had similar population, similar makeup as downtown Goldsboro, and this priority listing was lifted from those other policies.
It is very consistent. Not to stir the pot, but there was E and F. I did have council members that reached out to me that were concerned about prioritizing. Is there any discussion there?
I'm trying to get back to that.
Page 7,
Still on page 7,
Okay.
items E and F.
the part about the nonprofit.
Yeah, I had folks, ask, and I'm not trying to point anything specific out. I'm just making sure that.
I'm okay with that as
Yeah,
is.
me too.
Okay. All right, moving to page 8. These criteria, again, trying to be prescriptive so that folks are not unduly denied, but also trying to give the managers some criteria so that we can hopefully move these things through quite efficiently. Any concerns about page 8? Okay. Is there, council, are there any changes that we made back on page 4 in the tiers that the numbers or language needs to be updated on page 8, specifically as it relates to Center Street?
On page 8?
Yes, sir. I believe that it can be interpreted consistently, but just want to make
I'm
sure
good with all
that
that.
I'm getting other eyes on it as well. Right, hearing none, is there any conversation around page 9? Is there any further conversation around page 10? And again, this would be where we added a language at the end, added another heading for denials, and all denials shall be reviewed by the mayor and city council upon request by applicant. Then page 11 just simply lists the appendices, which as of right now, there's only 2. There's the notice of event impact and the example of general liability policy. The notice of event impact, we would need to simply add a sentence that includes contact information for city clerk's office.
Not that I want to be here any longer than possible, but I do have a quick question.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Page 8, where it talks about 5,000 visitors per day, does that need to be changed based off of our tiers? Maybe I'm just tired and it's 8:50 at night.
You mean so it lines up with the tier 4 number of?
The number per people, the number of people on each tier, like the top tier is, the top 4 is, tier 4 is 1,001 people, persons or more.
Right.
But these are talking about 5,000 visitors per day.
Would council?
It said unless an event attracts more than 5,000 visitors per day, it would typically not warrant the closure of a majority of Center Street.
Just wanted to make sure that I'm thinking through it all.
Is that, just to rephrase Ms. Getz's question, is 5,000 too high?
Well, so if I understand correctly, anything over 1,001 is tier 4, and is gonna have to come to council for approval anyhow. So it's almost like that number, whatever it is, doesn't even matter, but I'm okay with it being changed to whatever
That's
that,
fine. Just making
that
sure
somebody
we're
feels is
thinking through it.
appropriate.
Council, I'd like to change the number on page 8 to the 1,000 number.
Yes.
1,001?
Just
or whatever.
1,000, that way
okay.
it lines up with tier 4.
I'm changing mine then.
All right. Council, we have moved all the way through this policy.
No.
Councilman Boyette?
We're 99.9% now, so we're almost there. So I simply have, I'm gonna put this in the form of a question, so we can say yes or no. So last but not least, do we need to include in the policy any language or sentence per council that states a number that somebody can ask? In other words, how many can somebody ask 25 times a month, 25 times a year, once a quarter? Do we need to address that, or do we need to let that fly? I can see that if we don't address it, somebody could say, okay, well, here's my applications, I want to close the street every Thursday and Friday for the next 6 months, or whatever. I mean, do we need to put a number in place that's just a number, whatever we could all agree on? And I don't know what that number is. I'm just asking. I think it's smart that we put a sentence in there to that degree. As much effort as we put in this thing, and we're right here at the finish line now.
The majority of those policies that we reviewed did have some type of stipulation.
I agree, we do need to do that.
So with that, I don't object to it, but with that, does this include city events?
In those policies, it did not include their city-ran events. It did not. It was individuals other than city-ran events. That's what the other policies from all the other municipalities read. That's how I read.
And they were stated as for-profit, if it's for-profit, and then the definition of for-profit is anything that's not non-profit or city.
Yes.
And I don't.
I think we've discussed the concept. Let's get to a specific verbiage.
And then we can vote.
And then, in theory, we could. Well, it'll be part of the agenda, of the item later, but we'll at least have a final thing on which we can vote. So I'm looking on page 10, special event application grounds for denial. Is there another bullet that anyone can clearly articulate that we could then apply or install right here?
Doesn't mean we
Like no
can't
more than
do
once a month?
multiples.
Yeah.
Is
What are you
that-
talking about?
Is that an amount that the council could coalesce around, an individual applicant? Not, now obviously there are loopholes. Someone could get their friends, all of that, but we gotta we're gonna put something on there, at least making it more difficult. But we could do a once a month per organization, or we could do whatever you want to do.
So, just a recommendation per organization, because they would be street, and y'all, we're just using you for an example. Once a month
Right.
would be, I would think would be appropriate, once a month.
I think that's probably the ceiling, but I think I don't have any issues with allowing up to that. Now, again, I think you still have to take into account the overall economic impact of something, and does it go in the same spot every time? But again, that's to be worked out with
the city manager. What kind
and
of
get
economic
something.
impact would you have on your merchants within that area?
I think it kind of depends, so much difference if it's after hours. A lot of the businesses may not be open.
Right.
It may be actually a good thing, bringing people into town, patronizing the other businesses that are open. If you're doing it in the middle of the day, conflicting with the hours of the businesses every month and kind of undercutting their prices or whatever, it would be a problem. But I think we can assess that.
Right.
I wish I had those other policies with me. I wish I had brought them tonight, because they had great verbiage in there for how many times you should allow an entity to be able to, a for-profit entity to be able to shut down the streets.
Well, you have it
Ms.
because
Jones?
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, Laura, you have it because you sent it to us.
I don't have it on my computer
okay.
though.
I can look at it. It wasn't Greenville, it was that, and it wasn't Virginia, it was the other one that was more.
I think if we can just pick a number for Laura to put on paper, we can vote. In my mind, this has been a lot of work, absolutely. But we're creating a never-had-before policy that's going to be in place for many years to come, and is tailored around making sure that the folks that want to come in and use our city and for these purposes have a policy to go by. We're here. I think we've achieved our goal, and it's just a lot of work. I know it's been a lot of work on Laura, but we're here now, and now as soon as we get this voted on, it's there. But the good news is, if there's something about this policy that we, or any member of council or a member of the public for that matter, comes forth later and says, hey, this isn't working, we're the council, we can amend it.
Can we look at it?
So, if we run into an issue. So I'm prepared and ready to vote on what we've agreed on here.
Ms. Jones?
Can we agree once a month?
I'm comfortable with that.
Was it what?
So
I know there was some that said quarterly.
Yeah, I was just, I really am trying to find that policy. You're thinking about how many applicants are going to be applying to shut down the streets. How many times a year are they going, and then trying to keep it fair so that you let this one close down, this one close down.
Right.
Once a month sounds phenomenal, but trying to keep it fair for everybody would once a quarter be more fair for everybody to have an opportunity if they wanted to have a craft market, if they wanted to have a fruit market, whatever kind of market, that we are giving everybody an opportunity. Because if this individual comes in and they do it 12 times on this portion of the street, who else has an opportunity to do that?
Why can't they just pick a different street?
In theory. Ms.
Yeah.
Jones, I'll give the floor back to this woman. Ms. Jones?
No, I just said right.
Okay. Ms. Taylor?
I was just asking, once a month sounds good to me, because I would think that there's plenty of streets available and the application process is open, and if they check all the boxes, then they should be good to go.
All right. So then, on page 10, under special event application grounds for denial, adding another bullet point. I need the right verbiage, because I can say blank shall be, no blank shall be approved for more than one event per month, but do I say no non-governmental? Do I say no? What's the right verbiage?
The application would be approved more than
More than once a month.
once a month from the same organization, right?
Other than the city of Goldsboro.
Yeah.
All right, so can council be comfortable with, on page 10, adding another bullet, no applicant other than the city of Goldsboro shall be approved for more than one event per month? All right.
They're here.
Lord have mercy.
All right, council.
That's why I asked the question.
We have worked our way through
That's
this
why I
policy.
asked the question.
Don't do this to me, Ron.
Point of clarity.
Oh.
So who puts on the Center Street Jam? The city of Goldsboro or DGDC?
DGDC.
Okay, so that's not a governmental entity.
Right.
So I think you refine your language, because the Center Street Jam is more than once a month.
City-sponsored events, or city.
It's not really city-sponsored.
It's not a city-sponsored event.
It's just not the city.
Nonprofit corporation.
Yeah, we don't pick the bands or anything.
The city or its departments.
I would like,
But it's a total
I would like to,
separate
I would like to propose that we do not make another adjustment right now. We can come back to this policy in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days if we see that there's an issue, that we need a tweak. Let's get this thing across the line and allow these folks.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So that last bullet, strike that from the record. With that, we have gone through.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Did we just say we just took off that bullet?
Yes.
Or we leave it like it is as?
You have to take it off because it's a non-profit. It's not a part of the city of Goldsboro.
Okay.
take it off.
Yeah.
And if we see that there is an issue with, folks that are, and remember, these applications are a few $100 a piece, so there might be some self-limiting piece to this as well. All right, or at least a couple $100 piece. So with that, this is on the agenda for, in theory, the work session. Item 3C was for us to kind of hash this out as it's item FF. So we will be returning to this one for a formal vote during our 7 o'clock session, in case y'all are still here with us when we get to items requiring individual action. So with that, we have completed our minutes, our presentations, our ceremonial documents, our public hearings. We have completed our old business component of the work session. Matt, you are up. New business under the work session. 4D is a budget update.
Thank you, Mayor. Just need to get some consensus here from the council. The budget workbooks will be, or notebooks will be available May the 15th. That's as soon as we're going to have them available. So we have to set a work session to go over the general fund and also the water and sewer and other special funds. The 2 dates that really kind of looking at people's schedule, and Laura looked at that, was May 22nd, which is a Wednesday, and May 29th, if a second one is needed, which is kind of likely. But that's what I need from you, is just let's find a date and decide at the time. I think we're proposing 6 p.m. to start, but it's certainly up to you guys.
All right, council. I have the authority of checking my calendar. I'm asking each of you to please check your calendar. And we already did the doodle poll, right?
I wasn't able to do the doodle.
Okay. Check your calendar. Look at May 22nd, 29th. If one of those conflicts with you, I know I have a conflict on one of them, get back to us. We've got to be able to get the majority of council here to be able to meet quorum and be able to have these sessions, to be able to talk about our budget. If we were to do this, and I want council's input on this, generally speaking, would council rather have special call meetings at 5:30 or 6, or would you rather try and do it during the workday? What works best for everybody?
Later, so everybody can work.
Okay. All right. Well, then we'll look. Please check your calendars, 22nd, 29th, and then give me some feedback on if you're available. Matt, is there anything else on budget update?
Not now, sir. Just need to get that set.
Okay.
Possible.
All right, and I can do a special call meeting outside of a regularly called meeting, right? We can put out notice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So please get back to me by the end of this week, everybody.
Can we do that now? Or at least tell what I'm available on the 22nd.
I can't do it right now.
Yeah, let's.
And neither can I.
Okay.
Yeah, let's look at our calendars and please get back to everybody by the end of the week. All right, that concludes our work session. And now, Ms. Getz, correct me if I'm wrong, have we officially made it to our public comment period?
We have.
All right. Well, with that, everybody, I'm sure everyone remembers the general process for the public comment period. We have a 3-minute opportunity for speaking. It needs to be something along the lines of what's going on with the city. It needs to be congruent to the operations of the city. And we will follow along with those who have already signed in. So, Ms. Getz, at your leisure.
Our first speaker is Charles Wright.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. A few things I'd like to share with you this evening. First has to do with the posting of minutes. I do try to stay in touch with the city activities, but it's very hard because you look on your line today and the last minutes you have recorded is from January the 8th, 2024. So as of 2 days, the minutes will be exactly 4 months late And I think we can do a better job for citizens that want to read and not sit there in 2 hours and just watch your tape. I can read something in about 5 to 8 minutes, as far as if it's on your website, rather than trying to look at your recording. Second thing, I like to see more in the public comments than just blunt statements. The example I use there is Mr. Wright presented information about the weather. Well, who would know what Mr. Wright talked about if that's all is being mentioned? It has to be some context, a little bit more. The last minutes I remember reading, which was a record for me, was 5 words. Last time I said 5 words in one breath, I think I might have been about 3 years old. So Mr. Wright is not known for saying five words coming to the city council.
Indeed.
The next thing I want to bring up is what was called a disclosure sheet. That was very popular about 2 or 3 years ago. That's where the mayor, the city council, and members of the committee, each year they put down, if they bought any new businesses, any new hotels, any land, and that's for the council and members of committees and their family. So it means sons, daughters, wives. And that just keep everybody honest. So a lot of people that sit on committees and what have you have inside information, what's going to be built where, what highways, and we want to try to keep everybody honest so they don't end up with a big piece of real estate where a highway comes up in the next 4 to 5 years down the line. Next thing has to do with the Historic Commission. I've been actively involved in that commission, and I just think it definitely should have more participation and more diversity in that particular commission.
So 30 seconds. You're good.
And one of the other things I want to mention is I went to the Newsom Base Flood Resiliency Workshop, and we be getting $95 million that has to do with resiliency monies. I'm estimating 10% of that will probably come to Wayne County, and possibly $3 million may come to Goldsboro. We need to start looking at projects now, so we can take advantage of those funds that's going to be coming.
And we are. And thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Our next speaker is Amber Long. Okay. Our next speaker is Mariah Lawn.
Hey everybody. So I want to say I appreciate all of the work that y'all have put in and the discussion about the street closures. So I came to council to speak one other time, and I've been here at a few meetings, and I saw some of you at the Mulberry Street Market last month. So I first want to say that I just appreciate all the discussion because it is very important to us, and it's obviously more than just about the street closure. For a lot of us, it's our livelihoods, doing pop-up events. So we really do appreciate the in-depth discussion. I know it's late. I worked all day. I know a lot of you do as well, so I get it. But just want to say we appreciate that. And I also want to say that the street closure issue is definitely a huge part of it, but it's also the comments about pop-up vendors in general being less deserving than the brick and mortar stores, because like I said, a lot of the other vendors, this is their livelihood, and I'm sure some of you who came to the event, I know Councilman White, you stopped by every single booth and talked to everyone at length, so I appreciate that. But a lot of vendors are military spouses, and of course Goldsboro, we are very friendly here to our military community. So I know a lot of military spouses and families do utilize pop-up events since they do have a unique lifestyle being in the military. And I also want to say that I appreciate the opening of the working session, talking about the street closures and providing the definitions for conflict of interest. I think that was really important for everyone to hear and to discuss the thresholds for what the conflict of interest actually is. And I know myself and have been paying attention on the Facebook live stream. There's quite a few comments from this session, and that was discussed. So I appreciate everyone putting in that definition. And again, it's not about the street closure. It's really about the attitude towards the pop-up vendors. So we just appreciate everything that you guys are doing to include us. We want to be included in the city of Goldsboro. I've had a lot of fun at events here when we're talking about the policies of surrounding towns. So I do pop up in Wilson almost every single Saturday. They do close the street there for that event from 8 to 12. So as you guys are reviewing policies of surrounding municipalities, I know you compiled a lot for everyone, but just to give my own example, I do go to Wilson every Saturday, and they do close the street there every single Saturday. So thank you all, and again, I appreciate all the time that you're putting into helping us stay popping up in Goldsboro. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sandra Cox.
She's gone. She's gone.
Okay. Our next speaker is Fritz Knack.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council.
Good evening.
City Council first took up the task of creating a policy around street closure when Caitlin Williams applied to close a block of East Mulberry Street so that her business, the Small Batch Craft Market, could host an event, the Market on Mulberry. It raised valid questions about the use of city resources, fair access to those resources, and potential negative impacts to parking, traffic, and existing businesses' sales. So in order to be fair to all applicants and mindfully facing the unknown, Council declined the applications without a guiding policy, rather than approving the applications without a guiding policy. It wasn't about the market, it was about policy. Except it's about the market. The market already had the approval for 2 events, though, and both of those turned out to be tremendous successes. We're no longer facing the unknown. Businesses reported an uptick in foot traffic and sales. Parking and auto traffic were unaffected, and everyone had fun. Business is good for downtown, is good for Goldsboro. City Council's approach towards small batch crafters, as you've just heard, has been defensive and a little bit hostile. Golly, if we let these nice ladies in, what kind of people are going to follow behind them? But there have been no hordes of crazies trying to throw birthday parties, even last year when the application fee was still only $25, so we're probably still okay. And as we've mentioned several times tonight, City Council can act if something comes up. So for immediate action, I think you need to reactivate the applications for the small batch crafting that they've already submitted, approve them immediately, and politely order the supporting agencies to put a hustle on things. Mayor Pro Tem Matthews has pointed out the council was not bound to the 2-week cycle, and we shouldn't punish the applicants because we took too long to come up with a policy. I don't know the appropriate mechanisms to make that all happen, but I don't believe for a moment it can't be done. And Mr. Boyette has pointed out several times tonight, City Council will do what it wants. LaTanya Johnson started her business pulling a wagon around in downtown. She worked hard, and now Pink Piggy's Sweets is one of the most famous sparkles in our downtown food scene. All of those hardworking crafters are potential clients. Curtis Media has partnered with the city for the Juneteenth celebration. Free use of the hub, all the parking and city support, etc. It's a wonderful partnership and good for everyone involved. And anytime we can celebrate something together, it's a reason to celebrate. For Juneteenth, of course we're going to throw a party. But someone's making money. Let's recognize these ruthless merchants as a sign of a robust and growing downtown economy. And let's partner with the market. They're not asking for the hub from Freedom Field, just one block of a quiet street. Let's waive the fees and put up a co-sponsor banner. This thing will take off if you let it. I don't mind taking a few dollars from Greenville and Kinston, do you? But that's for later. For this evening, please just find a way to keep the market open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matt Figueres.
Good evening, council.
Evening.
Laura, I just want to say you're probably the MVP of the night, I think. And kudos to you guys, the council, truly. To echo what Councilman Boyette said, you guys came up with a policy, right? It took a few months, and I was told not to sound antagonistic, but man, it feels really, really hard when I think about that this policy was kind of put in place with a friend of mine, Caitlin, her events, kind of like just put on the chopping block, right? Just really just put on the threshing floor as a nice little sacrifice to make this happen, you know? My wife is one of the vendors that is partaking with the small batch craft market. She's also been a part of vending with the North Carolina Museum of Art, with all sorts of organizations in Raleigh, like Shop Local in Raleigh, Triangle Pop-Up, all sorts of different things. And there are policies that were in place there in those places to make things run a bit smoother. So again, I know that this policy is important, right? I know that it was necessary to go through all this stuff. But when we look at last year with a different council, which granted, hey, it's a different council, right? And you guys, like we had said, you guys can do what you want to. Small batch craft was approved. We've talked about precedents a few times too. So was approved off of Center twice, and then was approved also at the Hub twice. We mentioned Jams Out Juneteenth, for-profit business, right? There was vocal support from the council. Curtis Media Group's a for-profit. Yet, months earlier, when small batch craft was denied, it was getting tossed around that it was because, like, it was a for-profit, and that for-profits are the big boogeyman, you know, for the town. Man, I want to be happy. I think that, like, a lot of the other small batch craft folks really want to be happy and really want to enjoy all the celebrations that have been going on. There have been proclamations that I've been able to sit here and witness. There have been great people. Hakeem, earlier, man, he gave me a fist bump. I thought he was a superhero, man, for all that he did. But still, I was sitting there feeling all kinds of feelings because of what's been going on around the street closure. Personally, I don't know if I'd want to work with downtown, but I can't say that for these guys, right? I'll let them speak for themselves if they want to continue to work here with downtown. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hildegard Fawcett.
Hello, good evening. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Hildegard Fawcett. First, I want to say thank you to those who came out to Market on Mulberry this past Friday night. It was our best event yet, and we are hopeful that it will not be our last Market on Mulberry. Obviously, we look forward to working with the new policy. I just want to stand before you today to advocate for the support of street markets within our city. The vendors at street markets infuse our city with diversity and creativity. They bring life to our streets, offering everything from handmade crafts to culinary delights. Each item a testament to their passion and dedication. They embody the spirit of hard work and innovation, often overcoming formidable odds to pursue their dreams and support their families. They are not merely pop-up street vendors. They are small business owners, they are the public, they are the community, they are your constituents, and they deserve a seat at the table. Important to their success are street markets, such as Market on Mulberry. Centers of activity where communities gather, connections are forged, and commerce thrives, both for the street vendor and for the brick-and-mortar merchants. These markets are not just places to buy and sell, they are communal spaces that bring people together from all walks of life. They create opportunities for interaction and connection, where neighbors become friends. Street markets contribute to the local economy. That data has been presented. These markets often serve as incubators for new businesses, allowing aspiring entrepreneurs to share their ideas, test their products, and connect with their community. The goal of Small Batch Craft Market is to provide a platform for all of this. I can think of multiple downtown brick and mortar merchants who started out as a pop-up street vendor or a food truck. Preventing a street market like Market on Mulberry from happening does not benefit anyone or anything. It is limiting to the growth of our small business community and a disservice to downtown's true potential. Instead, showing support offers numerous benefits to our citizens and our city as a whole. In conclusion, street markets are not just about commerce. They are about building community. By embracing and supporting street markets, we can create a more vibrant, inclusive, and resilient city. We can celebrate the entrepreneurial spirit in all of its forms and ensure that no dream goes unrealized. It is important to keep encouraging creativity and not to stifle the ideas of our community. I urge you to consider the numerous benefits that street markets offer and to prioritize their establishment and support. I am asking that you take into consideration that some businesses who are for-profit can still have the city's interests at heart and be beneficial for our downtown. Today's pop-up street vendors are tomorrow's brick-and-mortar merchants. Our hope is to see a local economy which is collaborative instead of merely competitive, creative instead of repetitive, and welcoming of businesses at every level of development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Blondine.
She left.
Okay. That's the last speaker.
Thank you, everybody. As always, I realize it can be nerve-wracking to come and take the microphone, and I respect and I appreciate those of you who are willing to do so. Matt, if you would please take us through the consent agenda items. And as always, these have been provided to council since we got the agenda out. So if
Thank you,
you want to
Mayor,
bring everyone,
Council.
if you want to bring folks forward and just simply ask for questions, that's also an option.
Thank you. We have Felicia Williams to go over the annual action plan that's required by HUD.
So Mayor and Council, I have the final version of the annual action plan for FY 24-25 for your approval tonight. There have been no changes to the proposed activities that were presented to you April 15th at the public hearing. And staff is just asking tonight that by motion, council approve the final version of the plan so that it can be submitted this week ahead of the May 15th deadline. Thank you.
Next, we have Jonathan with a resolution to request grant funding through local defense community initiative, old CC, and authorize the city's 10% participation in cost sharing of project.
I mean, that was pretty much
A long
it.
title.
Sounds good to me. I think our match is 10% of $400,000, which is about 40 grand, and it's for flood mitigation for the wastewater treatment plant.
Is that
essentially to
decent?
raise the berm?
Is that the decent? Is that the decent?
No, it's old CC. I don't
Yeah.
know anything yet. That's a.
Yep. It's just to raise the berm around the plant. Any questions? Sounds good to me.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I have several items. My first couple are going to be concurrence items. The first one, Wayne County is requesting concurrence on the sale of 811 North Virginia Street. The county conducted final upset bids, and they approved it at their February 6th meeting. The buyer's community technical assistance, the sales price is $2,800. The tax value is $3,000. So you have a resolution in your packet tonight to approve that sale. If there's no questions, I'll move on to my next one, which is also a concurrence item from Wayne County for 1007 North John Street. Again, upset bid process, and the county approved the final sale at the February 6th meeting. The buyer's community technical assistance, the sales price is $1,980. The tax value is $1,980. There's a resolution in your packet to approve the sale. Okay. No questions. My next item, again, is a concurrence item for 1310 North Carolina Street. Wayne County conducted upset bids. It was approved at their February 6th meeting. The buyer was Community Technical Assistance, Inc. The sales price was $2,350. The tax value is $2,350. And there is a resolution in your packet to approve that sale as well. No questions. My next item is accept or reject initial bid to authorize finance to conduct the upset bid process for 114 South Slocum Street to TW Property Services, Inc. This is a city-owned property only, and we are asking for your approval to start the upset bid process on 114 South Slocum. The offer was $5,000, and the tax value is $5,220. The offer is at least 50% of the tax value. The bid deposit of 5% has been received. The offer, TW Services, Inc., is current and active with the North Carolina Secretary of State. At this time, I just need council by motion to either accept or reject the bid. And if you accept it, I have a resolution in your packet to authorize finance to start the upset bid process.
All right, council entertain a motion to accept or reject on item O. Council entertain a motion to either accept or reject on item O.
I make a motion to accept.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
I'll make a second.
All right, motion's been made and seconded to accept, is that correct? To accept the initial bid and authorize finance to advertise. Is there any debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. My next item is to amend a special revenue fund for the fire other restricted revenues. The fire department was awarded on April 16th, 2024, a grant from the Office of the State Fire Marshal in the amount of $17,500 to support their summer fire camp. So they also have received donations that are earmarked for the same purpose in the amount of $4,605. And at this time, it's necessary to appropriate the revenues so that we may appropriate the expenditures for this purpose. And I've included in your packet an ordinance to amend the fund to include those monies. So, any questions? Okay. My next item is amending a special revenue fund ordinance for police other restricted funds. The police department has received $4,901 in various donations, and so we are asking to appropriate the revenues at this time so that we can appropriate the expenditures as well. We have Walmart for a shop with a cop, and then also several private citizen donations. So included in your packet tonight is an ordinance to amend that special revenue fund to appropriate those revenues and expenditures. No questions? I will move on. My next item is amending the Parks and Revenue Special Revenue Fund ordinance, and they've actually received several donations and sponsorships related to sports tourism, totaling $13,978. And again, we need to appropriate these revenues so that we can appropriate the expenditures so that they can spend the funds within the scope of the restrictions. And we have an ordinance in your packet to that effect. Okay? Next item, this is establishing a grant project fund ordinance for the Big Ditch restoration. I will make one comment, Laura. I had that number as S1109, and I need to change that to T2202, please. So the City Council adopted the Goldsboro Community Flood Print at the November 6th meeting, and the city recognized the need to improve its infrastructure and restore the Big Ditch stream corridor between South John Street and East Chestnut Street, and was awarded a grant through the North Carolina State Appropriations Act of 2023. Council accepted this $2 million award in a resolution on November 23, 2023. The grant will be spent to improve the floodplain, which includes a 2,300 linear foot reach of the Big Ditch corridor, upgrade 3 culvert bridge conditions, and create a floodplain park at the Emwood community. And because state and federal grant requirements require that the city establish a means of tracking the expenditures for single audit purposes, we have presented to you an ordinance to create a grant project ordinance for this in the amount of $2 million. So if you have no questions, I'll move on. Okay. My next item is amending a grant project fund ordinance for the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. In March of 2021, the American Rescue Plan, or ARP, was signed into law by the President. $1.3 billion was allocated to municipalities out of, I think it was $1.88 trillion package. The city of Goldsboro received $8.8 million. And council, through its actions, allowed the city to spend that money through payroll expenditures. At this time, we have actually completed that. That grant has been successfully completed. We are making a final transfer of the interest earnings back to the general fund. So at this time, I'm asking the council to approve the attached budget ordinance so that we may close that project out as of June 30, 2024. Okay. No questions. My next item is donation of used holsters to the Wayne Community College Basic Law Enforcement Training. General Statute 160A-280 establishes that a city may donate to another governmental unit any personal property that the governing board deems surplus. At this time, the police department is now using pistol-mounted weapon lights, and this change required new holsters to accommodate those new pistols with the light attached. This made the old holsters obsolete and surplus. So the request is to donate 20 right-hand and 5 left-hand holsters to the Wayne Community College for use in their BLET program. The remainder of the holsters will be turned over to finance to surplus. So we've prepared a resolution for council to authorize that donation, and we have advertised it the 5 days on the city's website as required by law. Okay. All right, moving on to my next item. This is an agreement addendum for financial advisory services. The City of Goldsboro has had an existing agreement with Davenport and Company as our financial advisors. They have presented to this council, and they are asking at this time for an addendum to the agreement. So this would be to address advisory and consulting services and non-transaction related services, additional fees, inflation adjustment allowances. I've attached a draft copy of that agreement. The city staff has asked that they also add governing law, the E-Verify requirement, the Iran divestment, and the divestment from companies that boycott Israel provisions. We did not have it at the time that I had to submit my agenda item, but I do have that revised contract, and they have included those things that we asked for. They also asked for an increase in their retainer from $30,000 to $35,000 per year. Davenport provides important financial advice and debt analysis and modeling, which will be even more crucial in the years to come as the city is going to be required to take on significant debt for utility and city infrastructure improvements. They also provide continuity as board changes and upper management changes, so I think it's important to continue the advisory services that they do provide for us. The proposal that they've provided will start effective July 1 of 2024. So we've provided a resolution in your packet to approve that arrangement since it is a multi-year arrangement. So if council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer
I do have a couple
Yes,
of questions. So on that agreement, when I was reading it, I did see where it went from 30 to 35, but I also read in the old agreement, because I think it was in the package as well, that we pay for all the expenses if they have to go out and travel and do those things. And I also read where it was said that if we terminate them early, that we have to pay a significant amount of money per hour or whatever. And they had the rates in the actual the thing. But I didn't read where it says if they was negligent at any rate and we terminated them early. So I never read that anywhere in there at any point. So I think that we need to protect ourselves going forward as well as when they protected themselves.
Okay.
So I do think we need to put some type of verbiage in there that will protect ourselves if, I'm not saying that they would, but if something negligent happened on their behalf and we let them go early, we still not on the hook for giving them that significant amount of money.
Okay.
Well, they would still be responsible for any breach of the contract. And, I don't care if you're here or not at this point. They would still be responsible for any breach of the contract, whether that was negligence or otherwise. But not discounting your point, I was just making a comment that they could still be responsible for it. If they don't abide by their contractual terms, then we don't have, then we're not going to pay, and/or, we would bring a claim for their breach of contract. Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Stay with us, Ron.
She fusses at me all the time because I don't talk. Yes, me to the microphone.
Okay.
Please continue.
All right, so I think my last item, I think this is it. Resolution authorizing city officials to execute a memo of understanding with the Housing Authority of the City of Goldsboro for use of the city fuel pumps. If you recall at the last meeting, I presented a resolution to authorize the city with the Goldsboro Wayne Transportation Authority. This is the exact same agreement. We partner with the Housing Authority and allow them to fuel at our city pumps. And as I said, nobody can find an agreement anywhere that we've been abiding by. So we thought it was important to memorialize this. And I provided a signed agreement that the Housing Authority has agreed to. Today I received all the final insurance information, so we are ready to do business with them so that we can get them back online. As I said, it's the exact same agreement I presented at the last meeting for GWTA if you have any questions. Okay? All good? All right, great. Thank y'all. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thanks for hanging with us.
Mr. Talton, we have a request for satellite annexation.
Thank you. Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Mayor, thank you for the warm introduction for Paul Sailors. I think he's going to make a great contribution to our planning department, and we look forward to the services that he's going to provide us moving forward. Tonight, we're simply going to be asking Council to set a public hearing for non-contiguous satellite annexation petition by Mallard Oil Company. This piece of property, as you recall, is at the corner of North 117 Highway, North Williams Street, and West Tommy's Road. I'll just briefly read to you that the council at your meeting on April 1st, 2024 requested that the city clerk examine the subject voluntary non-contiguous annexation petition for sufficiency. And on October the 3rd, the city clerk completed the examination and determined that the petition was sufficient. Sufficiency indicates that the proposed area for annexation meets the standards for non-contiguous annexation as specified in General Statutes 168-58, which you will see the petition for the annexation standards as follows in your packet. If you have any questions, please let me know. It meets those standards. So as pursuant to General Statutes 168-58-2, Council shall now fix a date for the public hearing on the annexation once the petition is considered sufficient by the city clerk, which you should have a sufficiency certification of sufficiency in your packet. So again, now that that's been done, we have an attached notice of public hearing, which would be scheduled, this hearing for June the 3rd, 2024 is the date of the public hearing. At that time, there will be a report generated by the planning department in conjunction with other city departments, which will be submitted to the council on that date, at which time the public will have an opportunity to speak for or against the annexation, as well as council will have an opportunity to deliberate it. So again, we're setting that for June the 3rd, 2024. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer it. Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Fletcher.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I have items Y and Z. Item Y is request authorization to purchase a Ford F-150 pickup truck. Public Works Solid Waste Division currently has a 1997 Ford extended cab pickup truck with a liftgate. It's used daily to deliver and retrieve cans. It's the oldest vehicle in the solid waste fleet and has become somewhat unreliable. Although it's been included in the past several budgets to be replaced, it has never made it through the final cut in the process. Performance Automotive in Clinton, North Carolina has a 2024 F-150 readily available for purchase for $40,000. Residual funds are available in this year's budget to pay for it. So by recommendation, we're hoping by motion to approve the purchase of the F-150 extended bed truck to Performance Automotive through state contract for $40,000 using FY24 residual public works funds. Sorry for the slurring, it's got a little late tonight. So any questions about that one?
Talk about your fence.
About my fence, all right. Item Z, request authorization to purchase, to have a perimeter fence installed actually around the solid waste transfer station. The Public Works Solid Waste Division operates and maintains the city's solid waste transfer station located at 903 Brick Street. The transfer station is used daily to receive, compact, and transport all municipal solid waste collected within the city. The compound is not secured and has been experiencing a steady increase in the number of unauthorized people trespassing. A pressure washer was recently stolen and vandalized, and a case excavator was damaged when trespassers tried to force their way into the cab of the excavator. Additionally, we fear there's some additional liability and safety concerns associated with trespassers gaining unthwarted access to the compound. To add to that, after I wrote this, Wednesday night, someone got on the compound and actually stole that pressure washer, $7,000 pressure washer we used to clean the trucks. It was in a secured steel container, locked in. They cut it and stole it. So the most practical means of securing the compound will be to install a perimeter fence. We've requested and received multiple quotes to install over 3,000 linear feet of fence with vehicle access gates, including an automatic gate at the main entrance. Based on the quotes received, the estimated cost is $55,500. Again, we have residual funds available in our current FY24 Public Works Solid Waste budget to cover those costs this year. Recommendation is by motion to approve the installation of the new perimeter fence with an automatic main gate entrance for $55,500 using FY24 residual funds in the Public Works Solid Waste budget. Any questions? Outstanding.
Next, we have Amanda Justice from Travel and Tourism. Talk about her new location.
Good evening. Mine's pretty simple and brief. I'm just looking for you guys to approve the lease agreement for hopefully our new office located downtown at 119 North Center Street. I believe the lease agreement and the resolution is included in your packet, and I'm just here to see if you guys have any questions about that. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Item BB, while Matt is getting prepared, note that balanced with a D should just simply be Balanced Choice Cafe. So you'll see it on the screen with just simply the word balance. Just, you'll understand why in a second.
Okay, so I have this item. I was sent an email by one of the members of Balanced Choice Cafe. When they originally submitted their paperwork and their lease to council, they were going by the name Balanced Choice Vending, LLC. They've asked that the lease and the resolution be changed to Balance Choice Cafe so that they can get their ABC license updated. Even though it was the original information, the information has changed, and this is just changing it so they can get their ABC license and their lease is correct.
Ron, any clarification? I believe their name had always been the same, but they were basically operating under a slightly different version of the actual state filing name, right?
Mm-mm.
Well, the Balanced Vending is a different corporation.
Okay.
So, but they wanted to do business under this Balanced Choice Cafe. Every correspondence he was sending to the city said Balanced with a D, Choice. So when I pulled up the Secretary of State's website to verify that they were valid and existing, they weren't. So of course I looked up the word balanced.
The D.
Sent her a message back, said, hey, they don't even exist here. Then he sent something about balance choice. Went back up, it was existing. He did he's paid his fees on that. So make sure he does it under the correct corporate name.
Well, that's all it is just going back and making sure the documentation is accurate.
That's right.
And there are vending persons for the golf course.
And they're pretty fantastic, by the way, for those looking for something on Tuesday. They do have fantastic. All right, item CC, and I know that this one during subsequent conversation, I'll go ahead and put this one out there, and then Ms. Getz, I'll turn it over to you. If council sees fit after the brief from Ms. Getz to move this to items requiring individual action, obviously don't forget by motion we have that right. Ms. Getz.
So after some consultation with the mayor and some other conversations with other clerks and what they do in their communities, Staff has recommended that council adopt the attached resolution creating a council appointment committee and approving the attached appointment committee rules of procedure. This would basically just, it would be 2 members of council and the mayor pro tem would be on the committee, and they would basically make the recommendations to council about who is on the different boards. So instead of council having to hash out at least, definitely in December, but every other time one comes out, that would be a council appointment committee decision. And if there's any issues from that, council can still, they can say, hey, we're not in favor of the council's committee's recommendation, but it just gives us as clerks a little leeway too, so we would be sending the applications to them and letting council committee decide.
And ultimately, council still has full authority to appoint whomever they so choose. It just allows a layer of vetting so that we're not, by the time it gets here, we kind of have the group pulled together and we're not publicly talking about folks. I've just always kind of felt bad talking about someone who wants to serve and then going against them. I don't like doing that. So anyway, that was a recommendation, and having compared to other municipalities as well as our own county, for what it's worth.
I'd like to make a motion to move this item to items requiring individual action.
Okay, there's been a motion to remove item CC from the consent agenda and move it to items requiring individual action. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second to move item CC to items requiring individual. Is there any further debate on the motion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor of removing CC from consent to items requiring individual action, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All right, item CC will be moved to the first item on the items requiring individual action. So, Matt, I believe that concludes your consent agenda, correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I believe it does. Our items requiring individual action.
Let's first of all get our votes. Council, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, items J through BB.
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
All right, motion has been made with items J through BB.
That's correct.
Motion's been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been made and seconded to approve the consent agenda as presented, items J through BB. Madam Getz, roll call, please.
Mayor Gaylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones?
Yes.
Councilman Boyette?
Yes.
Councilwoman Taylor?
Yes.
Councilwoman Weeks?
Yes.
Councilman White?
Yes.
Wonderful. Motion passes. Thank you, everybody. So we'll move into items requiring individual action. Let's first go with exactly what we were just discussing, the creation of the council appointment committee. Ultimately, council, I don't think you're going to get incredibly strong pushback from myself, the clerk, or the manager. I'll let them obviously speak for themselves. So this may just simply need to come down to a vote. Is this something that in some form council wants to pursue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to move it to individual items require individual action because I think it's valuable to have each of the elected officials to have some type of say. What I will say is that we should tighten up on how we do things because we just had a situation where we spent way too much time for whatever reason trying to decide. But I think making these decisions in December and doing it as vacancies come available, I think that's something that we can handle. And I think the conversations can still be had amongst each other in rights and how we're supposed to conversate about business. But I would like for each member to still have a say in that board. And I get it, you did mention that we could ultimately decide. But again, we don't even have to go through that process if we just kind of tighten up on what we have in place.
Points well taken. Any other conversation?
I agree.
Okay. Mr. Boyette?
I'll agree too. If that's what the pro tem wants, support that. That's how, I know the county does have a appointment committee, but we'll get through it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what Pro Tem wants, that's what we should do in that regard.
All right, any other comments? All right, so let's have a motion either to adopt the appointment committee as presented by CC or to reject the appointment committee as presented in item CC.
I make a motion that we reject.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded to reject the proposal under item CC. Any further debate?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yeah. All right, all in favor of the motion to reject the item presented in CC, please raise your hands. All opposed? Motion passes. All right. Moving through, we are now back to item EE that some of us are still recovering from. Item EE was last discussed in work session. It is modified and presented by the clerk. The version that she was able to present in the 10 minutes between the work session and the 7 o'clock session removes 7502 because frankly it was redundant because it already exists.
Yeah.
The modification would have been to make it from 2 to 3, but since that's not happening, there's no sense in having the language at all.
That's right.
So 7503 and 7504 would be getting adopted as part of EE. So, having discussed that, do we have is there any further discussion on item EE?
One question.
We're
We
asking a
did.
question.
So there's a typo on here
Yeah.
for the, it's like, says Saturday, from Monday to Saturday, it should be Friday.
With the amendment.
First sentence,
Oh.
whereas after review downtown development department.
It just
present.
wasn't removed.
It just wasn't removed.
Okay.
But okay, so
So the ordinance
can we
is-
approve
As
this
amended.
as amended?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I know where you're going with this.
All right, perfect.
I have a question.
Just 1 second. Right
Okay.
now, we are only doing the one for 75. There was another irreconcilable error on 72, so we'll
Yeah,
come
we're
back to that
doing-
one
yeah.
another night. So we're on the one for chapter 75. It's just simply adopting 7503 loading zones and 7504 ADA compliant parking within the MSD.
That was my question.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
That's all. Just making sure everyone's completely on the same page. Everyone understand exactly what it is that's on the table? All right. Do we have a motion to accept or to reject items presented in item EE
As amended.
as amended?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been made and seconded to accept the item EE that includes adding adding part 7503 and 7504, amending the actual presentation to include that Saturday is not included in the enforcement. Right?
Wait a minute.
Is that what you were just saying?
I thought that was on the next one.
Me too.
If you review it, it says after review of downtown parking concerns, downtown development presented options to council for parking to it. This was original, so this is fine. I didn't change that.
All right, yeah. I didn't think it was
'Cause that's-
wrong, but then
yeah,
I was
that's-
listening to y'all. I gotta
that was
start trusting my
original
gut.
when
I got you.
All right,
Okay.
so item EE is presented without amendment.
Okay.
Does he need to withdraw his motion? Let's start over clean.
As it was originally presented, it has 75.02. As it was originally presented on the agenda.
As
So the one
presented
that's
in
being
the agenda.
adopted now, just need to make sure that he's going to adopt the amended version.
So
Yeah.
we can still say as amended.
Okay, so
Yes.
to be explicitly clear for the minutes and for everyone who's still doing their best to keep up with this, item EE, as presented in the work session in the agenda packet, was modified based on conversation during the work session. It is now simply the items that were in the agenda packet, 7503 and 7504. The other part was removed based on conversation in the work session. So what I'm now asking for is a motion to approve item EE as modified based on the conversation from the work session.
I'll make that motion as I've got it in my hand.
With those two. All right, is there a second?
I'll make a second.
All right. Motion has been made and seconded to approve item EE as modified. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. All right, we are now on item FF. That is the special event and street closure policy as discussed and amended. Do we have a motion to approve item FF as amended during discussion between the work session and the city council this evening?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
As if that's of no surprise. So what about the other document I have in my hand here for 7226?
Disregard it.
Disregard. Disregard, please. We're going to have to disregard that one. This
So-
time, I'll bring it back to the next meeting.
Okay. All right. Question answered.
There you go. So on item FF, we are on creating a special event and street closing policy as amended during the work session and especially during the 7 o'clock session this evening. All on video and in the minutes, so we can clearly articulate exactly what it was that the amendments were. Is there a motion to approve or reject item FF?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Which piece of it?
I thought we were
To accept?
we were making a motion to approve item FF as modified and notes taken by the clerk based on our discussion.
Perfect. Is there a second?
I'll make a second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded to approve item FF as modified during the meeting. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor of FF as modified, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, item GG. This is a temporary street closing. Chief West.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
GG, temporary street closing. An application was received from Michaela Barfield and the 5P Society requesting permission to hold a 5K to raise awareness for 5P on Saturday, May 18th, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. At the April 15th, 2024 meeting, Council tabled the item until the May 6th, 2024 meeting. The race will start and finish in the same area. Time requested for the closing is from 7 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. to allow for setup, event, and dismantle. It is recommended that council approve the street closing in sections of Center Street at Pine Street, Spruce Street, Chestnut Street, Walnut Street, Mulberry Street for the 5K for 5P event from 7 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. on Saturday, May 18th, 2024.
I have a question. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we not follow our procedures that we just put in place now?
These that came through, I know this is probably going to drive a couple folks crazy. The applications that came through, Ron, correct me if I'm wrong, it would be grandfathered and need to be assessed under the then current policy.
Well, the application was made prior to passing the policy today, so because of the
Jesus.
rules that would apply with one from before.
Right. So, that being said, we can make the assessment based on the rules that we can do what we believe is fair, following the guidance from previous policy, which in a lot of ways, the spirit of which is not inconsistent with the new policy. So with that, a 5K, generally speaking, is a brief event. Is there any way that we could get it handled before 11:30? I realize it's really not.
Because
convenient.
you're talking 4.5 hours for 50 runners. It's right now the event and this is not even a nonprofit from Goldsboro, North Carolina. They're from California, and they're not registered with the state of North Carolina. It's 50 individuals to close down that many streets. 50 individuals. The last time, the business owners were standing outside of their businesses because customers could not get into their businesses. And also, there was no handicap parking. The handicap parking was taken away for the street closures. They could not get to the barber shops, they could not get to the beauty shops, they could not get into the businesses. That's 4.5 hours. No breakfast, no lunch was being able, I mean, you couldn't get the customers there.
What was the time again?
7 a.m. to 11:30 a.m.
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Boyer.
Does it make a difference, and maybe this is a question for the attorney, does it make a difference if the applicant applied for this and they're not, if, as Councilwoman Weeks is correct, and they're not registered in the state of North Carolina, does that make the application not valid if they applied as a nonprofit? I mean, then that solves our problem.
Well, if they're from California, they may be an existing nonprofit in California. But whether or not they're registered to do business here, may not be doing business here, they might not be raising funds here, this may be just a fun run.
But if you go on their website, Mr. Lawrence, it shows that you can donate for this race. It's donation, it's based on donations. So according to the website and according to the state office, it's not a registered nonprofit. They're from California coming to shut the streets down in Goldsboro for the merchants downtown.
For how many people?
50 people are registered on the race.
So do they have a local chapter? Because I'm sure they didn't drive all the way from.
Anybody can, I mean, I guess you could have it if you're local, but
chapter part of that
but there
nonprofit?
is not a state solicitation license. It's 50 individuals registered for a race to shut down your merchants on downtown Center Street, Mulberry.
Why can't we put them someplace else, like in the park or something like that? Why can't we say if they want to run, you just gotta go through.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I apologize. I need to use my microphone. I was just thinking this, why don't we try to steer them towards another direction, like Stony Creek Park or something like that. Now, they may not like that, but if we tell them that, we don't really like the impact that it could have on closing streets, we'd prefer you operate in our park, and we can, that's just a suggestion. It's late.
Yes, ma'am.
So let me ask, and I'm gonna be front and center for the deal at Goldsboro Alumni Parade, but are we gonna ask them to move? Are we gonna ask the Wayne County Crime Stoppers Caper Chase to move?
No, because
I'm not finished. And I say that because and I said this last time, whether they have 50 or whether they have one, I think it's not a fair statement to say that our merchants will be shut down because of this race. We just have to get creative as to how we get into these merchants. Imagine all those people that are going to be at that parade, all the hundreds and thousands of dollars that weekend brings into the city. Those people are going to be jammed tight in front of those businesses. So are we going to ask this organization to move, to go to Stony Creek Park, to find another, and they had to do that one year. They had to go to another location. But are we going to ask that of the other two individuals who are going to close our streets for something similar?
Ms. Weeks?
my response would be no, because they are historic events that have been established for 5 years or more, and most policies and procedures, and I don't know if the one that we were just adopted, most say if it is an event for 5 years or more, that generally those are historic events that have taken place in our communities for many years. This is a new applicant. This is a new applicant and a new event.
But with all due respect, I would like to think that these races also had a year one and a day one. So I think they should have the same opportunity as anybody else, and we should welcome them the same, just like we are gonna approve, probably without question or comment, this one down here at the bottom. We're gonna approve it without question.
I don't agree. If that's the case, everybody and anybody can have a race every single weekend. You don't have to have but maybe even 2 attendees, and you can shut the streets down. And that is discriminating against the businesses that are downtown, the merchants that are downtown.
Well, Councilwoman, you just voted for a policy that would eliminate that from happening, so you don't have to worry about that happening.
All right, let's don't let this get personal. We're each trying to advocate for our constituencies and for the city of Goldsboro in the best way possible. Is there any other comments on 5K for 5P? Yes, Mr. Boyd.
Obviously, we gotta make a decision here. So I assume that no one has had a conversation with the applicant yet to whether or not they would entertain the idea of relocating or doing something, right?
Right, not that I'm aware of.
So maybe they're asked and they go, sure, no problem, we'll do whatever you want. So can we?
And
is it
especially they're
possible
gonna
we
have
can-
pets, you know that, right?
I didn't know
Yeah.
that, but I was gonna say, is it possible, assuming that there's 4 votes to be had, that a motion could be made and we get 4 votes to say we are approving this subject to whatever modified plan staff can work out with them and let it roll and get it off of our plate? I'm willing to do that if there's other consensus on that.
You've got to approve a place where they can have their dogs, because according to their website, dogs are invited to run in this race, no matter what kind of animal, what size dog,
So
your
the
dog's
staff
invited.
works it out with them and they
So-
have it wherever they can have it.
I see a pretty big difference between an event that's pulling in hundreds of people.
Me too.
There just is. There just is. I believe that doing 5Ks in downtown absolutely works. I would like to approve this contingent upon them being done and have Center Street back open, with the exception of in front of the hub, because if that's where their congregating point is. But I would be willing to approve it contingent upon them moving the closure time up to 10 o'clock and having Center Street back open by 10 a.m., which is when the vast majority of the merchants do open back.
Except for the hub street.
Except for the 1 block in front of the hub.
I'm okay with that.
Is that, Matt, is that something that can happen?
But I haven't talked with them either, but I mean, if you set the dates and say, or the times, you can tell them this is what it needs to be, and, as long as I guess it's light, you don't want them running at a certain time when it's dark out, so.
Well, it's not gonna be dark at 8:30 or 9 in the morning, and their event start time is listed at 9. There is a 5K that, generally speaking, you're looking at being a fairly quick event. What I would like the council to do is to approve this contingent upon the closure time being moved up to 10 a.m. and so that we can get all of the blocks of Center Street, with the exception of the block in front of the hub, reopened by 10 a.m. Be able to move this one along.
Sounds like a good compromise to me.
And for what it's worth, the pathway, the reason that, one of the things that we also have to work on is getting another sanctioned 5K route. So they're using the Run the East's sanctioned route, so they can have timed events, so they can qualify for next things. And so I don't want to scrap it. I'm not suggesting that. I just want to move it up some so that we can not completely shut down all day. Or all morning.
So you, Mr. Mayor, you would like to see a motion to approve the event with a modified time of 10 a.m. for streets to reopen, with the exception of the 200 block of South Center Street?
Yes, sir.
I'll make that motion.
I will tell you this, there's absolutely no way they could do their race in that amount of time. I'm doing a race 2 weeks from now myself, and for it to be a timed race, there's absolutely no way they'll finish by 10 o'clock. Especially with Run the East. I'm using Run the East myself. And so there's absolutely no way you can do it unless they move it up earlier.
That'll be up to them to figure out. Because again, I don't want to scrap the event. I want them to be able to do the event, but I do want to find a balance. So with that, the motion has been made. Is there a second? Hearing none, motion dies for lack of second. So we gotta pick a path on this one.
I make a motion that we approve.
It's got a second down here.
I'm sorry, I already closed. I didn't hear you.
I make a motion that we approve this street closure as presented by Chief West.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second? All right, motion dies for lack of second.
Can I reinstate my first motion?
You do? Okay, your motion is reinstated. Do you mind restating your motion?
And make a motion to approve the street closure for the event with a modified ending time for all streets to be open with the exception of the 200 block of South Center Street by 10 a.m. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
That is what I think is a reasonable balance.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second that with the understanding that we do find out how long this race is going to be. Because if we say 10, then we need it to be 10.
Right. Won't have any.
But that doesn't fit his motion.
Yeah, we
That comment doesn't fit his motion.
Well, that's,
All right.
change your motion.
Well, if we make a motion for it to be done by 10 and that's conveyed to them, then that's what they've got to do.
All right, so a motion has been made. Do we have a second on the motion of amending of having the approval contingent upon them having all of Center Street with the exception of the 200 block of Center Street adjacent to the hub reopened by 10 a.m.?
I'm seconding it.
Okay, perfect.
So Mayor, Attorney Lawrence had a good suggestion, that's something to think about.
He said it.
Oh,
He kind
okay.
of said it in a different way. My suggestion was they go down Center Street to begin with. That way it's definitely clear. But by your motion, and what you're suggesting, them being off there by 10, it accomplishes the same thing. Because now they'll have to run that first.
Right. Had this conversation with another organizer. All right, so motion's been made. A second. Is there any further discussion on item GG?
Yeah, I just got a question though.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ward.
Quick question. So, well, 5K is only about 3 miles, right?
Right.
And they're running with pets?
Yes, according to the website, if you'll look on the website and bring up the race on Run the East, pets are invited to attend.
Okay.
But we
So-
don't know if they will have pets, they're just invited.
It's on the website. Pets are invited to attend. You can go to the website.
So, Chief, do you know if they gonna finish coming back on the other side of Center Street, or once they finish Center Street, when they start, they done with Center Street?
According to the map, they'll be on the same side of Center Street, both directions, going
Coming
out
back.
and returning. Yes, correct.
All right, is there any further debate or discussion? All right, hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor of item GG as amended or as stated with the contingency, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. We have abstentions, so that would be,
So yes.
that's a yes.
Yep.
Okay, all right. So the item passes. Item HH, Dillard Goldsboro Alumni Parade.
Temporary street closure for the Dillard Goldsboro Alumni Parade. Dillard Goldsboro Alumni and Friends Incorporated 69th Homecoming has events scheduled through the weekend to include the Dillard Goldsboro Alumni and Friends Annual Homecoming Parade. Street closure request is for Saturday, May 25th, 2024. The closures will be for the parade route, the staging areas, and also additional closures will be recommended for the police department to manage traffic control. The times will be from 8 a.m. until 11:30 p.m. To be sure, that's not p.m., that should be a.m.
That was a typo.
Would be 8 a.m. until 11:30 a.m. Police have indicated that traffic will be restricted from 7 a.m. until 9:30 a.m., and all traffic will be stopped at 9:30 a.m. The actual parade will begin at 10 a.m. and end at approximately 12 p.m. Parking restrictions will also be that no parallel parking on Center Street from Pine Street to Ash Street. It's requested by motion, grant the requested temporary street closure of the sections of Pine Street, John Street, Center Street, James Street, Spruce Street, Chestnut Street, Walnut Street, and Mulberry Street for the Dillard Goldsboro Alumni and Friends 69th Homecoming Parade staging area and parade route from 8 a.m. until 12 p.m. on Saturday, May 25th, 2024.
All right, council, well, we've heard the brief from Chief West on item HH. Is there any discussion?
I'll make a motion for approval of that item HH as presented with the amendment of the correction of the typo from PM to AM.
Second. All right, motion's been made and seconded to approve item HH, contingent upon the typographical correction. Is there any further debate on item HH? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving item HH, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Chief. We'll move to item II.
II is the Wayne County Crime Stoppers Caper Chase temporary street closing. Application was received from the Goldsboro Wayne County Crime Stoppers requesting permission to hold their 4th annual Wayne Crime Stoppers Caper Chase on Saturday, June 1st, 2024, from 8 a.m. until 12 p.m. And this event is to support the Goldsboro Wayne Crime Stoppers program. The race has 3 routes, and they will be using for the 10K, the 5K, and the 1 mile run. All 3 routes will start and finish in the same area and will have staggered start times. The time requested for the closing is from 7:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. And it's recommended that council approve the street closing of sections of Center Street and Pine Street, Spruce Street, Chestnut Street, Walnut Street, and Mulberry Street for the 4th annual Wayne Crime Stoppers Caper Chase on Saturday, June 1st, 2024, from 7:30 a.m. to 11 a.m.
I thought you said, though, that the race was going to be from 8 to 12, but the closure request is only from 7:30 to 11.
That's what I'm making the change now, because it's got another typo in it.
All right, council. Similar situation as we ran into with the first request. This one, an estimated attendance of about 200. This one does have a 10K and a 1 mile component as opposed to just the 5K. Those do take longer, and of course they impact more intersections. Council, what's the deliberation?
I'll make a motion that we approve.
All right.
Historic.
All right. Motion has been made and seconded to approve item II as corrected by Chief during the presentation. Any further?
7:30 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Perfect. Any further conversation?
So it is going to close, instead of 11 o'clock, now it's going to close till 12 o'clock?
It says at the top portion, Crime Stoppers Caper Chase on Saturday, June 1st from 8 a.m. until 12 p.m. And then the recommendation time should be the same, so it should be from 8 a.m. until 12 p.m. Yes, that is correct. 12 p.m.
But your closure time on your application says 7:30 to 11.
Right. Their closure time and their total event time is different, which is normally the case.
And what date is that one? I'm sorry, I don't have
June
it pulled
1st.
up.
I just wanted to clarify that the motion and the second to approve was motion and the second to approve as presented based on the 11 a.m. Closure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, motion been made, second. Any further discussion? You got a second, right? Is there any further discussion? All right, all in favor of item II as discussed with the 11 a.m. release and any other corrections as Chief presented. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All right, thank you, Chief. Ms. Getz, there are no further items for individual action, correct?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Matt, we'll move to your city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick items. Really would like the board to kind of get back with us as soon as you can on those dates for the budget work sessions. We just have a lot of work to do there. Just on the audit, have been attending those weekly meetings with the auditor. We are on schedule to get that done. As we stated, by the end of this fiscal year, hopefully a little bit sooner, which means we'll be caught up on our audits, which is huge for the city of Goldsboro because we haven't been like that for several years. So the fact that we're going to be caught up with our audits is a major step forward for us. But we also need to really kind of get off the UAL list, and this is step one, is to get our audits in on time. Step two is to deliver those audits again on time by the end of October 31st. Then we can go to them and say, you know, we've got some borrowing needs and whatnot that we do have here with the city. But that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Mayor and council members' reports. This is the first meeting of the month. As is our tradition, Ms. Jones will begin with you.
Okay, yes. I would like to say I'm deeply sad to hear about the tragic loss of 5 lives in our city over the course of 5 days, and I know that the count has grown. My thoughts and condolences go out to the families and friends of the victims during this difficult time. It's important that our community come together in times of such sorrow and support for one another. These events serve as a stark reminder of how fragile life is. And I urge everyone to reach out to those around them to offer support and comfort where it's needed. And be vigilant and to watch out for signs of those that need help. These events serve as a reminder that we all need one another, and we need to watch out and be vigilant for any signs of anyone that is hurting. So let us work together to prevent further tragedies.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Whaley.
A couple of things, and certainly will be brief in the interest of time. So again, I just want to publicly say thank you again to Laura for all her hard work in getting these policies to where we can vote on them, and I'm happy to get that across the finish line. Also, as usual, a shout out and of appreciation to all of our hardworking city employees that are out there doing the business of the city every day. And also like to commend this council, because tonight we had some issues in front of us and we got through those diplomatically and showed folks how business should be done. And it doesn't mean that we all showed up here with the same ideas and the same agreement, but we found consensus and we got something done, and we were diplomatic and courteous and respectful to one another in the meantime to get it done. So I not only commend the clerk for her hard work, I commend this council for their hard work as well, and I'm happy to get these things across the finish line, and I'm happy to work with each and every one of you. That's all my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Boyette. Ms. Taylor?
So I'm going to echo what Councilwoman Jones and Councilman Boyette said. And also, as far as our lives that we've had lost over the last few weeks, I send my condolences to all the family and friends of those that are no longer with us. I also want to thank my fellow council members for us working together and getting our policies passed. And then also, I would like to ask my fellow council members to stand behind me soon with an initiative that I would like for us to get behind GPD as we start to take back our streets and to work on seeing what we can do to show the people that are out here doing the killing that we're not standing for it anymore. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Ms. Matthews?
I just want to say Happy Mother's Day.
I had that one.
Ms. Weeks?
I had that one wrote down too. Happy Mother's Day. Also, I wanted to say yesterday I attended the soft opening for the new AA building here in Goldsboro. It has a new location at 1005 North William Street. So if anyone is needing some help in that area, they have an amazing 12-step program. It's a beautiful new building that Jim Scott and his team have put in place there on William Street. So I just wanted to let everybody know about those resources. my condolences also to those families. And also I want to encourage anyone who is still watching from the tent city areas or the unhoused community areas, that there are resources available in our community, and there are nonprofits, organizations, and even our police department that is willing to help you to get you to housing, resources, rehab, any kind of areas that you may need help in.
Thank you, Ms. Leaks.
What? I'd like to just say thank you to all our city employees. I'd like to say thank you to the fraternity of Omega Psi Phi for hanging in there for this long meeting. So I appreciate you for that. All the people who stayed here, I appreciate y'all for staying and watching us tread through the muck and the mire to get to an answer. I talked to Ted Buzz representative on Friday at an engagement I had down at Cherry Point, and it wasn't an encouraging one, but I had a conversation with him and what was going on in Washington and what was happening. I just asked that we as a city council begin to look at the way ahead and focus on a strategy without the squadron instead of wishing that we keep it. Center Street jams. I talked to the downtown development I think maybe a week and a half ago, and I think what they're doing is fine. I don't have a problem with what they're doing, so I want to put that out in the atmosphere, but I do have a problem with the lack of diversity that's been displayed when we do things that we call a community event. So I think we need to get after diversity more. I checked all the groups that they had already lined up till the 8th of July, I think it was, and it doesn't have anything for our Latino brothers and sisters or nothing really specific for our African Americans as far as R&B and jazz. So I think we need to really look at that. There's enough Thursdays in the summer that we can hit every genre so everybody can feel invited and welcome downtown. I got an email from a constituent about T.C. Coley building and the line dancing that's taking place over there. They enjoy the line dancing, but they said it's a sauna over there, and they hope that we can fix the AC unit soon, or could we find another place that they could do the line dance. Speeding on Central Heights Road is a major issue, especially with we got 2 daycares on that road, and we have the junior high there, and they're just blowing through that the Central Heights Road. So I would ask that we could give a little special attention to Central Heights Road, especially when school letting out and going to school. Also with Freedom Fest, I had the opportunity to sit down and talk with some of the organizers about Freedom Fest. They're doing an outstanding job. My hat's off to them once again. It's a military appreciation and first responders appreciation, so that it covers a whole demographic of people. So I think that we need to open our aperture and make sure that everybody feel welcome at these events. You know, we got 2 country acts coming in. There's only 2 acts being played at Freedom Fest, and both of them are country. So I just think that we can do a little bit better with diversity. And then lastly, I think sooner than later, we need to sit down and discuss the relationship with the Downtown Development Department versus the Downtown Development nonprofit. Because as we find out tonight, that the nonprofit side is not a part of the city. And I'm glad that Crossroad came and talked to us about what they think is going on as far as what's happening, or what the Friends of Seymour. But I would ask that we begin to think about the contract going forward. We're going to get a seat on the Friends of Seymour as a voting entity, or are we still going to be a silent party? That's all I have.
All right, I will be very, very brief. Happy Mother's Day. Obviously, this past weekend we celebrated Women's Day. It's a wonderful time of year. We've got a lot of pain, a lot of challenges in our community. Don't let that be the thing that steals all of your attention. Remember that this is an absolutely wonderful time of year to be in Goldsboro. I'm proud of the employees that we have all over town. You know, if you see them out working on sidewalks or some of that, and you pop over and you say hello to them, I mean, they're always, you know, happy to see you. You see the officers that are out trying to do their thing. They don't like rolling up on a homicide any more than anyone else likes to know that there was been a homicide. And, you know, we don't want that for them, just like we don't want any of the challenges in our neighborhoods. So we're going to continue doing what we have to do to support our communities. We're going to try and make sure that we have that, you know, that well-trained, highly effective policing angle. We've also got to make sure that we have the neighborhood involvement angle, and we've got to make sure that we have programs for youth from that angle, so that we're helping them not feel pressured to go in the direction that different gangs will try to pull them in. So, all of that to simply say, it's been a long night. I appreciate everyone sticking with us. It's been a good meeting. We've got a lot of things in front of us, and I'm glad we got a couple of things off of our agenda this evening. So with that, that closes my comments. Do you have anything that you need to talk about tonight?
None.
Adjourned.